Good. A, B, C, D.
Yep. Check, check.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are live. And who do we have here?
Well, my name is Ernest Emerson, and I'm the owner of Emerson Knives.
You have a long lineage and history of making knives. I've known about you ever since I was pretty much old enough to hold a pocket knife or carry a pocket knife. Give us a little bit of your backstory.
All right. Well, you know, I came from born and raised on a farm in northern Wisconsin, dairy farm. So grew up working around tools and everything. And of course, you know, being on a farm, like anything else, a knife is just a tool. And so I grew up around that. And then went through high school, went to school, college, got involved in martial arts and all that stuff. So
Where'd you go to college?
I went to University of Wisconsin La Crosse, which is a state college back in the, right on the Mississippi River. It's beautiful there, absolutely pristine
Nice.
area. But then I got more involved in the martial arts and everything, and became you know, at the risk of sounding a little cliche, became a Bruce Lee fanatic, and moved out to California to study at a school called the Filipino Cali Academy, which was Bruce Lee's. His two main guys was a gentleman named Dan Inosanto and Richard Bastillo were the people that he had passed the mantle to teach what he taught or did. And I came out here to study there. And it's funny because, you know, I came out, you know, as a high school athlete and all that good stuff, wrestled, all that good stuff, and thought I knew my shit pretty good. And came out and was going to go to that school. And you could go to any kind of martial arts school and you can walk in and give them a check and out on the mat you go. So I went to that school and it was like, nope, got a 6-month wait. Can't even
Holy
put you
shit.
on the, yeah. And I was like, what?
Like, is my money not green?
Yeah.
The fuck?
But there was such a demand at that time for this school, because in the world of martial arts, as opposed to like boxing and stuff like that, it was the pretty much only full contact fighting school that existed
Yeah.
in the martial arts community, because everything else was all the, you know, taekwondo and you know, Shotokan and all that, where they had the kind of fake fighting, for lack of a better term. Hope I don't offend anybody, but
Karate.
to hell with them. Anyway, but there was that big a demand, and the cool thing was is once I was accepted and got in there, I found out there was a whole bunch of guys from all over the world who uprooted themselves basically and moved. They came from Europe, they came from South Africa, even Asia and stuff like that, to come and be here.
What year was this?
That was about 1979, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
And when they started out, it was funny because they started out with all boxing. It was all boxing. And I one time I asked Dan, you know, why are we doing on the boxing? When are we going to get into all the Bruce Lee type stuff? And he goes, well, you know, most people stay here 2 or 3 months, and we want to give them at least a set of usable skills so that when they disengage, if they have to, you know, get into a tussle with somebody, they at least know how to throw a punch.
They're trying to throw some fucking spinning back.
Yeah. Right. We never did get to any of that. But anyway, what happened was the dues at that school were $12.50 a month. And
Wow.
there were times when I didn't have enough money to pay the dues. And, you know, I'd say, man, I can't pay. And Dan or Richard would say, hey, Ernie, just clean up the mats, clean the toilets, call it even. So when we were there for maybe 9 months or so, they started introducing the weapons, because it went from empty hands then to weapons. And one of the things that, of course, being from the Philippines, and both of them from the Philippines, was the balisong.
Yeah.
And at that time, the only manufacturer in the United States was Pacific Cutlery, which morphed into Benchmade eventually. But the Pacific Cutlery was located in Southern Cal, and they made the only balisongs outside of going over to the Philippines and actually buying one from some guy who's riding a bicycle and sharpening it on a stone. But they were $100. And I was like, shit, I can't even pay $12.50 a month sometimes. How
Yeah.
am I going to afford one of those knives? So I went to Richard and I said, could I borrow your knife? Because I'd like to see if I could make one. And so he said, hey, no problem. Gave me the knife. I kept it for a week or two. Being that I was from a farm and knew how to work tools and do stuff, I cobbed together a kind of a working balisong knife that I cut out with a hacksaw, and I hand filed the bevels on the blade with a file and all this stuff. He treated it with a propane torch. I don't even know if it was hard or not, But when I came back and showed it to him, he said, well, it's not good, but it'll do. But here's the thing.
Usable.
There were other students who were just as poor as I was. And all of a sudden it was like, hey, could you make me one of those knives? And I was like, hell yeah.
Pay my dues next month.
That's a pretty fucking cool thing to do, actually. And so you pay for the materials, which was a total of about $10, and I'll make you a knife. And so I made 4 or 5 knives for other students, and that kind of, set the hook a little bit. And so from that point forward, I was really kind of interested in it. And then try to make this a short story because there's a lot of turns and twists in there.
We got plenty of time.
But my wife and I went to, at the time it was called the Pasadena Gun Show. And they advertised, we have 6.5 miles of aisles, right? So we go up to the Pasadena Gun Show and we're wandering all over hell. And we come to this one pavilion and it was like the knife maker or knife pavilion or something. There really weren't even any guns in there, but I walked in and there were probably about, 10 guys in there with their kind of like the fold-up tables with the cloth on them, and they had knives sitting on there. And I walked in, I was like, what the hell is all this about? And I wandered up and started talking to them, and I said, so do you guys make these knives? And I happened to be talking to a guy that became pretty well known in the knife community, a guy named Mel Pardue, who became a lifelong friend of mine. But he said, yeah, I make knives. And I said, well, what else do you do? And he goes, no, that's what I do. I make knives for a living.
Dang.
And I was like, what? What?
And this is still like 70s, 80s?
Yeah, it was probably about 82, 83.
Yeah.
And I was like, no effing way, man. You guys actually make a living making these knives? And at the time, I was a machinist at Hughes Aircraft, which I was there for about 15 years.
My whole family worked there.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
In El Segundo? Or?
We were in El Segundo, and then the quakes in the 90s took us out to Tucson, Arizona, and that was when Hughes went to Raytheon and kind of did that transition. Yeah,
I was there when it turned over.
Yeah.
But I was in El Segundo. I worked in space and comm, so it was a cool, that was a dream job. I mean, honest to God. I worked in a prototype and development shop. So we had every machine that exists and one part at a time. It wasn't no assembly line. Of course, we were making satellites, so you were only making one at a time. Yeah. Or actually, we always made 2 or 3 because if one blew up on the launch pad, we needed to have another one to replace it. But I started making those damn knives and fell in love with it. And then what happened was, went to a couple shows, had a couple people interested in them, kind of stuff started to roll up a little bit. And then one day I went home and I said to my wife, I said, hon, I think I could make a go of this if I went into knife making. And she's like, what? Because Hughes, as you know.
Who are you? What do you do with my husband?
Every benefit that existed on the planet, including matching whatever money I would put into a retirement, they'd match it. So I was like, all of these things, every health benefit, every single thing that existed. And she said, are you sure? And I go, hon, I'm telling you, I am sure. And luckily she had enough faith in me that I was making a good decision, and off we went, and never looked back.
That's amazing.
Were you using Hughes like machining and all that stuff on government dime in order to make your knives?
No.
I refuse to answer that on the grounds that it might incriminate me. I'll take the 5th. No, you know what? I had a really cool boss. He was an Air Force vet from Vietnam, and he loved knives, and so he let me squeak through on lunch hours, and I'd come in an hour early sometimes and just put around, drill some holes and stuff like that. But yeah, there was a few times when I probably mooched off Uncle Sam a little bit there for sure. So I ain't gonna deny it.
So when you first started, did Mel kind of like walk you through some of the stuff, or how did that partnership or that mentorship or that friendship kind of?
Well, Mel was one of those good old boys from Alabama. No, Repton, Alabama, I think it was, and so he was just open book about everything. So I could call him anytime I wanted and say, "Hey, Mel, what do you think about this, or what kind of steel, or etc." And he introduced me to using titanium for the liners and some of the bolsters on the folders and all that, which at that time, titanium was still one of those elements that everybody's like, "Oh, wow, titanium, holy shit, that's space stuff," you know what I mean? And so, yeah, he did. He helped me throughout my entire career, just as a anything that I ever had to ask, he was there to answer. And a lot of times it was just a nice pat on the back, like, you're doing the right thing, keep doing what you're doing. And funny thing is that I made that first knife because I couldn't afford to buy one from Pacific Cutlery, and lo and behold, you fast forward about 20 years and I'm at Benchmade in their offices with Les and Roberta, going over a design that I was making that they were going to sell as a production knife.
That's crazy.
So I told them, I said, the only reason I'm making knives is because I couldn't afford to buy one of your knives when you were at Pacific Cutlery.
That's like full circle.
It was like one of those weird, ironic circles that you're like, how the hell did this ever align?
You're like, and
it did.
If you guys weren't selling these knives for so much,
I wouldn't be standing here.
I would be
now.
your competitor, or not even competitor, but
it did turn into that at one point. Yeah,
that's awesome.
At what point in time did really like the knife community kind of start? Right, I know SOG was kind of developed as MacV SOG, and then you were just mentioning Benchmade. When was that like growth?
Well, I'll tell you honestly, it really grew when this sounds like I'm blowing smoke, but it's actually the way it happened. I happened to be at the nexus of all of this stuff that was going on, and it grew when I introduced that CQC7 via Benchmade to the world, and it developed the tactical knife genre.
Yeah,
and that's when the knife community, all of the knife companies really exploded as far as popularity. And Buck and Gerber and everybody, they were making knives for dozens of years. Buck's like in its 100th something year or whatever. But I was told by a couple of guys, Ernie, thank God you came along, because it put new wind in the sails of the knife industry, and that flipped it on its lid. Because when I was working with Benchmade, they were kind of playing with the tactical market, if you will. There was another SEAL, Chris Karachi, had a knife that was called the, God, I can't remember the name. It was a cool knife. And Chris also became a really close friend of mine over the years.
We'll look it up.
Yeah. But no other knife company made tactical knives. They made hunting knives, they made folding knives, and they made gentlemen's knives and all that. And lo and behold, after I disengaged from Benchmade and then started my company, which was 100% tactical knife company, all of the other companies all of a sudden within the next couple of years had 2 or 3 pages in their catalogs that were tactical knives, which they had zero prior to that. So it's really that was kind of a landfall event as far as the way things happen. And I just happened to be on the crest of that wave, which
was that born out of like movie culture or necessity?
Well, for me, if you were to say, hey, Ernie, what was your part in the tactical evolution, I guess, it was born out of tools and use of a knife. And then my exposure to, well, let me back up and I'll tell you how Emerson Knives really became known in the tactical community. I was making the same kind of knives that Mel and the guys were doing, other custom knife makers, which were, pretty fancy. They were high dollar, different colored pearl handles, all that good stuff. But, my view of a knife was, it's a tool. It's just like the hammer. And that's just because of the environment I was raised in.
Yeah.
But being that I love to fight, I was into the weapons part of it also. But you can make the best size 32 shoe in the world, but if there ain't nobody that's got a size 32 foot, you aren't going to sell many shoes. And I was sitting there going, damn, my heart's not in this. My heart's not in this. My heart's not in this. But I was making really nice knives and making decent money at it.
Yeah.
So I decided, well, I'm going to start, making some other types of knives and more like weapons, more with a little bit of Japanese influence, because of course, martial arts, Japanese swords, all that good stuff. And I was at a show in Southern California, and 3 guys came up to my table, and they were kind of scruffy looking, long-haired, working class, guys. And they introduced themselves as underwater welders. Mm-hmm. And I was like, wow, that is a cool job. I never even knew that existed, right? And they were like, yeah, that's what we do. We spend a lot of time in the water and all that. We need to have special tools and stuff like that. And we'd like you to make a folding knife for us. Now, at that time, that was just prior to, I think that was just prior to what was going on in Serbia and all of the action that was going on over there. And
like mid-90s.
Yeah.
Early 90s.
Early, yeah. Well, you know what? It had to be earlier than that, because I started making the CQC7 knife for Benchmade, which is 5 or 6 years past. So maybe it was
late 80s.
Yeah, it was probably during the breakup of the Soviet Union, somewhere in that time, because there was a lot of stuff going on, and I can flesh in that a little bit.
86,
in a few
I think.
minutes.
Wasn't that when the wall came down?
That would be more or less the time frame. So anyway, they introduced themselves to me, and they were actually getting a knife from another knife maker, a guy named Phil Hartsfield. And Phil had developed this really, really bulldog strong fixed blade with a chisel grind on it. And they came to me and they said, we really like this guy's knives and all that, but he doesn't make folding knives. So could you make us a folding knife that would have kind of the same characteristics, chisel ground knife? Because we have to scrape paint off stuff sometimes to get a good contact for the welding and all that good stuff. And I was like, okay, cool. I could give it my best shot. And so I developed. I called Phil, of course, and said, hey, Phil, you don't know me, but I wanted to find out if you would take offense or anything if I were to make a folding knife and use that chisel grind that he had kind of, it was his baby, so to speak.
Yeah. His design.
Yeah, he was known for it, and I didn't want to have any ill will from anybody. So he said, Ernie, that's a good thing you're doing. You're the only guy who's ever asked me. A bunch of guys tried to copy some of my stuff, but you're the only one who's ever asked. And he goes, go right ahead and make those knives for those gentlemen. So anyway, made the folders, made a couple here, a couple there. We're taking them. We're going to go and try them, etc. And finally got to this one that those 3 guys, because they're the only guys that I had any liaise with at that time, they said, yeah, this will do. This is a good knife. We'll take this one. So about another,
like, wait a minute, that's my prototype.
Yeah. So they ended up with a lot of prototypes, believe me. So we go forward almost a year, and I get a call, and they go, Ernie, we want to come up and talk to you. And I'm like, okay. And they were from the San Diego area. That's all I knew. And so they came up and they said, hey, you know what, we weren't real forthright with you about who we are and what we do. And I was like, okay. And they said, but we think you're good wood. And so I was like, all right. I passed muster on something here. I don't know what it is, but they said, we're Navy SEALs. And I was like, no shit. Because at that same time, that was, you know, Dick hadn't come out with the book yet and all that other good stuff that eventually, you know, exposed everyone to the world. And
fucking ice cream man.
Literally,
you know what?
that was.
I love ice cream. But anyway, what happened was they introduced me to a bunch of other guys along the way and all this and that, and it was a cool thing because that gave me the reason to build the things that I wanted to make, which were tools. And here I am making them for some guys that I figured were, you know, top tier, top of the line, secret squirrel type stuff and everything. And they
total
were
nerds.
And they were talking to me. Just a little old knife maker from northern Wisconsin, right?
That's awesome.
And that started the whole thing. So one thing led to another, and that put me in my place in the tactical mindset and everything. And quite honestly, here's the cool thing. They were my most critical. They were this isn't shit. This is fucked up.
Yeah.
This is no good.
Straight shooters.
They were.
Yeah.
But at the same time, they were my most ardent supporters because when you have something cool, because I'm that way too, what do you want to do? It's like, hey, check this out.
Yeah.
And so that spread across that pond like a ripples. It just went in every damn direction you can imagine. And I really, at this point, I don't know, because I never really pried about a lot of stuff. I don't know what they were actually doing, but I caught glimpses from some of the stuff they let me know about, because they were long-haired guys. I mean, they were, like I said, when they came up, they were scruffy, and I was like, dude, you look like a welder. But when the Soviet thing was going down, the weird thing is they introduced me to Norwegians and SAS guys and some German cats and even some French special operations guys. There was something going on where it was almost like, you know, from me on the outside looking in, it almost appeared that it was like a Mission Impossible team.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't know that we worked, or even if we do or did or still do, worked with other militaries and kind of that close quarters. But I did know this because I knew a couple of the guys they actually got whacked at different times, but it was tracking down the nuclear material and making sure that there was no way any of that was going to fall into the wrong hands. And so what I believe was going on is that whoever they were and whatever they did, there was no judge or jury about anything. It was like that the stakes were so ultra high that it's like, we have to take control of that material, period. And we don't give a shit what we have to do to get it. And that's kind of what I got out of it at that time. But it led me to a whole bunch of interesting times and places with all the knives. So that's the story. I wouldn't be Ernest Emerson Knife Company if those 3 underwater welder guys hadn't walked up to my table, man.
Do you think that you were probably the only individual in your like scope of work that had that kind of access to special operations? You
know, I don't know for sure. I know there was a couple guys that were making, I know there was a guy named Charles Ochs, O-C-H-S, who was making automatic knives that was given, he was on the East Coast, I believe. Or no, he was in Florida, but he was working with the East Coasters, I think, and doing automatic knives for some of them. I don't know if he was working in the same exact circle that I was in at that point, but I imagine there was a couple other guys doing it. You know, it was one of those things where, you know, don't ask, don't tell kind of thing. Mm-hmm. And I was super happy with that because that gave it actually throughout the entire career of my career and also the knife company, it gave us a standing in the community because we never hoard our association out with anybody. And it led to it led to tremendous amount of what I think the coolest people I ever ran into, period, because it went the gamut from all the alphabet agencies through all of the different military units and all that. And it was kind of more or less keyed into, although we sold into a lot of different, soldiers and police officers and law enforcement, but we became kind of the go-to people for the special operations communities in all the different military services. So it was so cool. It's just cooler than hell.
How has like your relationship with the special operations community kind of like evolved over the course of your career?
Well, we were, of course, we were more tied in with the spec war groups than some of the others, although we worked with, various, with CAG and a bunch of the different, Army and Marine Corps people. But being closer tied to the Navy SEAL teams, it evolved until it kind of changed a little bit after about maybe 10 generations of SEALs came and went, because then the young guys that, like we were talking about some of the pictures of some of the guys that I was really close with, they're, that's 20 or 30 years.
Those are the dudes who put me through training.
Yeah.
Those pictures I was showing you. You know?
That was 20, 30 years prior. And what happened, it was funny because one of my buddies came up to me one day and he said, "Ernie, you know what? You got to keep telling the story because people are forgetting." Because I would get these weird inquiries, the internet and all that good stuff and the forums and all that kind of crap. Did Ernest Emerson ever know a Navy SEAL? And I was like, wow, I just took it for granted that, everybody knew about it, so to speak, because we always talk within our own circle. We're not out there with a billboard sign going, "We make knives for so-and-so" or whatever. And so it waned a little bit over the years, but it's never gone away because we're still doing a lot of stuff, and we got some official contracts for some other units in the Navy, the rescue swimmers and some of the other guys that are out there, and we've been making knives for them. Yeah. So it's still there. It's good.
So they asked you to make a folding version, right, of one of these favorite knives. I feel like most early knife makers are only doing fixed blades due to the ease of it.
Yep.
And do you think that Hughes was a direct representation of how you were able to start doing the folders a lot quicker than anyone else?
100%. Because I could a folder is, it's got all the moving parts. So if let's take a handle for a fixed blade. I could literally take a pencil and make a mark on the handle and drill those holes for the bolts to mount the scales to, and then just match it, drill through the wood or plastic or whatever in the hell it was that you're going to make the handles out of, and it would be okay. But it would, I could do that on every knife. None of them would be the same, but they'd all work perfect because that type of precision is okay for attaching a handle to a fixed blade. So folders, because there's moving parts and the lock has to be precise enough so that it's going to engage and not slip or disengage accidentally, you have to have a lot higher degree of precision to make those parts. So you can't just do it with a drill press and a hacksaw.
Yeah, hacksaw.
When I was at Hughes, as a result of because I actually became a prototype tool and die maker because I went through an apprenticeship program that they had. And so my degree of precision was plus or minus 1/10 of a thousandth on the parts that I was working on at Hughes, was trained me to be able to make nice, clean, precision matching parts and keep those tolerances when I was making the knives. And so, there were times when I'd go in and drill. I would make templates out of hardened or steel that would be then heat treated and hardened for drill plates and stuff like that. So I could make, if I was going to make 2 or 3 or 20, of a certain knife, they would all be exactly drilled and everything in the right way. But every single one is still hand ground.
Yeah.
It's just the internal mechanisms have to be super precise, and then you just get into
consistency is there
to the handwork and all that. So.
Yeah.
What about the development, or I guess the style of knife? How has that evolved kind of over the years for either hand-to-hand fighting? I can assume that that's probably almost the same as a combat or a field knife.
Mm-hmm.
How has that evolved? I mean, because at the end of the day, we're not reinventing the wheel. We're just making a sharp, pointy object. But there has been, incremental developments.
Yeah. Well, it is mankind's oldest tool. I mean, it really is. It's one of two or three. One was a rock, one was a stick.
Yeah.
And one was a rock they broke in half.
Right.
That became the knife.
Mm-hmm.
So it goes back that far. So you're 100% about reinventing the wheel. No, in fact, it's funny because I always tell people, look, technology can go any way, shape, or form that it wants to go, but I'm guaranteeing you that if we went ahead 500 years, there'd still be a need for a knife, period, because it fulfills a role that it's been here since the beginning of mankind.
Yeah.
Which now, if you go back to the guys that were actually doing that, who are barely above monkey status, that's like 6 million years ago, man. Come on. So it evolved to a point where the main thing about the evolution of the knife at today and the way that it ramped up probably in the last 30 or 40 years was the introduction of new materials, which is always driven by two things. It's driven by war and NASA. I mean, those two things have really set the stage for most technological developments, including any medical stuff too. I mean, come on, every time there's a war, our medical treating ability goes.
Because we don't have to worry about lawsuits, and
we
actually get
no shit. You get to save somebody.
Yeah.
But back to the knives. Basically it was the use of materials like titanium, the development of some handle materials, or some materials that we adopted as knife makers that lent themselves to handles for knives that were going to be in and out of water or oil, gasoline, impervious to all that, the micartas. And of course, the micartas and all that were developed as a result of airplane manufacturing in World War II. There was no knife making kind of community at that time to grab and try and, I wonder how this will do as a handle material kind of thing.
These would be great scales.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
is it micarta also denim?
You can get,
or is that like G10s?
Well, yeah, micarta, you can get linen, you can get canvas, and you can get just the straight whatever the media that they use, the epoxy, let's call it, paper.
It's just
pressed. Paper, linen, and canvas, which is what I used on the CQC6 knives that I was making for the teams at the time, because it has a coarse weave, like probably 1/8 inch diameter weave on it, and as you sand it down, it exposes a few of those little tiny hairs that are the cloth part of it. So even when it gets wet, it actually is still pretty grippy.
Almost like carbon fiber. It's got those little fibers.
Except it don't get in your skin and hurt like hell, and you can't find a sliver.
Like fiberglass.
Yeah. But that evolution, here's one thing that was big, and this is something I'm really proud of, because the thing about a tactical knife is not the fact that it is gray and black. And a lot of guys that, I'm real proud of it. And I can talk, and I'll take any of the bullshit that comes my way as a result of anything that I ever say. But a lot of guys that make tactical knives, and were making tactical knives, were of the mindset that, hey, if I paint it gray and black, it's a tactical knife. And that's not true. I mean, you might hit it. You might actually hit it by accident, but a tactical knife, one of the things that I saw immediately into the knife making was you got to be able to take the knife apart and put it back together, because look at your
field stripping.
It's gonna get dirty as shit.
I mean, every single gun that exists, that's part of owning that gun and the responsibility for maintaining it and keeping it, weapon ready. And all of the knives that existed prior to when I kind of introduced this, they were put together with rivets, or they had screws, but they were glued in, and you void the warranty if you take the damn knife apart. Yeah. Even Benchmade, you couldn't take the knife apart, you void the warranty. And I said, the hell with that. I mean, I own a lot of guns, and I can take them apart and put them together, and I can buy different grips, and I can change the springs for the triggers, everything that I want to do. That's a tactical weapon. Yeah. It's not a off-the-shelf thing that I just put in my pocket and boom, I'm good to go. And I took that same mentality and said, I'm going to do that with the knives, because I know the people that I'm dealing with, that's part of the culture, is you maintain your tools. And so I introduced that, and I put them together with hardware that you could literally, if something fell out or got hosed up, you could go to Home Depot and actually buy one of those screws or buy one of those little things to put it back together. And that led to a whole nother aftermarket kind of cottage industry in the knife community, which was, they called it pimping your knife. Yeah. Because then these guys started building like fancy colored handles and all kinds of crazy shit.
Cerakoting your shit. And,
all that good stuff.
Personalize your own stuff, which is cool.
So my whole idea was, I'm going to make a gun, but it's going to be a knife. And that same kind of view of what that knife should be as a tactical weapon, that's why I did that the way I did. So that was a big step in the evolution of tactical knives, because now every single knife is out there, you can take it apart and do that. And so we were at the ground floor on that too. So it's a cool thing. I'm not saying I'm some kind of genius or anything like that or anything. I just was like, man, I love tools, and I'm going to make tools that are, going to last. And now we've got grandkids that'll come in and say, hey, this was my grandpa's knife. Could you sharpen it for me? Yeah. And I'm like, God damn, that is so awesome. Yeah.
That has to be such a good feeling for a maker.
It's a legacy tool. Yeah. They're not shelf queen or safe queens or anything. These are knives that are well used. And I'm like, that is awesome. Because I mean, I've got my grandfather, I've got a lot of his tools, and it's so cool because it's a legacy thing. I got my dad's hunting rifles and shotgun and all that other good stuff. So it's going to pass on to my son at some point too.
Yeah, a mutual friend of ours always has a good saying, Rob Smith from Resco, and he's like, no one ever hands down their Apple Watch to their grandson. And I think whether it be Rolexes or Rescos or quality knives and guns and those tools, like to have those handed down after generations is, I mean, I would kill for one of my grandpa's knives that he had in the war.
I know. Yeah.
Which is, it's kind of fucking weird that you say that, because I remember my granddad gave me a couple of those case pocket knives, and you always knew the good ones that had like the double X on them. And, but those were the ones that they didn't have a clip on them.
Yeah.
If you carried them somewhere, if you carried it somewhere, you always thought you were going to lose the damn thing, And I will say in the early '90s, I was in Buds, and I grew up. I was a boy. I was an Eagle Scout. I always carried knives and stuff, and so I just remember being in Buds, and I remember like one of the first guys I saw had like one of those like the stainless Spydercos.
Oh yeah,
with the clip on it. And for some reason, I didn't even think, that wasn't something that you would go to Horton Plaza and buy a knife and all this shit. Mm-hmm. But it very quickly became part of the culture at least in the Buds culture. And I just remember showing up to a team and like, we'd get our issue, you get your G-Shock, you get a Spyderco, but the dudes, you knew you had arrived when you'd see a dude and you'd flip out his shit and he's got an Emerson, those were like the Cadillac of knives, and you're like the Spydercos were the ones that you're gonna fucking lose the goddamn thing.
You just dated yourself by being like, I remember a goddamn pocket clip on a knife.
But no, that's what I was gonna ask you. Like, who actually came up with that? Was that
Sal Glesser?
Okay.
Really?
He's from Spyderco. He invented or developed the clip.
The clip.
So it could slide in your pocket. Yeah.
So
That's
you being
interesting.
in the martial arts, did you adopt that kind of clip with the CQC7 from him? Because
well, Sal is one of those guys that he was an inventor, mad inventor also. So he would come up with all of these cool things. He invented
the wave.
Well, he didn't come up with that one.
I was going to ask you about that wave because I remember that was my first time. Just like you were mind blown by a pocket clip.
Yeah.
The first time that the wave and you pulled it out of your pocket and it would
And it opened
automatically
up.
eject the knife. And I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
I was like,
I had the same feeling. Believe me, I was like, what the fuck? Because it wasn't developed to do that.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that story in a
What did
second.
I do?
Yeah, Sal came up with the hole in the blade so you could open a knife with one hand.
As opposed to the
That
thumb
was a
stud.
cool thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And but as far as that pocket clip, I was going to say Sal was one of those guys that's like, hey, it's better for the knife industry. Everybody
Yeah.
jump in and use it.
Adopt this. And get
yeah,
on board.
because the tide, it raises all boats.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
we're good to go. And so, well, I will tell you a story because when I went to Benchmade, my whole thing was these knives, because I was making weapons. That was my thing. I was a weapons guy. That's it.
Yeah.
That's the only reason I wanted to make these damn knives is because I wanted to make fighting knives or whatever you want to call them. And so when we were at Benchmade, they were like, well, we got to put the clip on the other end. Because my whole thing is when you pull the knife out, it should be in your hand to open up. And they said, well, we got to put the clip on the opposite end, on the pivot end of the blade of the knife, because we don't want somebody reaching into their pocket and accidentally cutting themselves on a knife. And I was like, well, you know what?
Be better.
If you're going to be a retard.
Yeah, I was like, that's not the people that I'm interested in selling knives to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
That's
so
what
I said,
Spyderco's for.
yeah. Oh, don't be hard on
I'm just kidding.
Spyderco. I
I'm
like
just kidding.
Spyderco. But anyway, so I said it's got to be on the other end, and they said, well, we'll put some holes on the other end, and we'll leave it up to the guys if they want to put it on the other end. And I said, well, you know what? Okay, I just wanted to get this project out to the people that want to buy these knives, because being a handmade guy, making a knife a day is a stretch.
Yeah.
Making 150, 200 knives a week is impossible.
Yeah.
So Benchmade gave me the platform to have some of my designs be made on a production level and get out to the guys so they could start. And a lot of those knives were going to everybody at the time. And so, yeah, the clips and things like that, of course, because they were in the public domain, of course, I used them on all of the knives that we make and all that, but they're on the right end of the knife. And I still get guys calling me up and saying, how come you don't put the clip on the other? And I'm going, because that's not right. And they're like, what are you talking about? And I go, well, just take my word for it. And you have, if you have to access the knife, you don't want to be spending a lot of time unhooking everything like in your.
You don't want to pull out of your pocket.
Yeah.
Finger fucking it to get the blade out.
How true. See, that's the whole thing though, because you think about gunplay or gunfighting and all that. Yeah, you don't want to have to click, 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 and the bullets are coming downrange at you.
Yeah.
It's the same principle, and a lot of guys just they don't get it because they don't. They just don't.
It's a safety factor.
Yeah, they're not in that
headspace.
Yeah, they're not.
Like self-awareness.
Yeah,
yeah,
100%. And again, God love them. I mean, they're trying to do the right thing and all that, but it's don't make something dangerous when it's supposed to be protecting your life.
Yeah, right.
Whether it's a gun or whatever, or even anything. But again, because Kosovo and everything was going on, then Gulf War came up, and then of course 9/11 happened and all that good stuff. I just happened to be in the right slot.
People needed to open MREs.
Yeah. You know, and again, a lot of guys don't understand that either, because that's one of the main things knives are used for.
Yeah.
And
Exactly.
but at the same time, I happened to be in the right place at the right time, and had a lot of doors swing wide open for me, and I walked right in, and everything just, I mean, the good Lord just said, "Hey, Ernie, I think you're the guy that I'm giving these opportunities to." And I said, I'm good with that.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
So
Well, you seized that opportunity for sure, though. You didn't just go like, meh.
Well, I loved what I was doing, and,
Yeah.
and it happened to be the right thing at the right time. So,
what year did kind of the evolution of different steels start coming in, from like the CPM 30s and the S35Vs and S45Vs? And if you want to explain,
sure,
kind of about, you know, steel, because a lot of guys, you know, the guys that care about the steel that it's made out of, and then there's guys that are completely oblivious to the steel that it's made out of.
Well, you know, that all started in the 90s.
Yeah.
And there was a gentleman named Bob Lovelace, who was a real famous knife maker. And he introduced a steel called 154 CM, made by Crucible. And it was actually a turbine. They made turbine fans out of it for jets and whatever. And he was smart enough to look at that steel and kind of research it and say, this would make good knife steel.
Yeah.
He set the stage for everything at that point to go beyond 440C and 01 tool steel, which were kind of the primary steels that most knives were made out of prior to that time.
Is that mostly because they're going to hold an edge and they're
Which ones?
Certain hardness, or you're saying the primary steel of the day before it went to?
Well, the thing is, if you think about it, 01 or W1 or W2, they're very close. 01 is a little bit a step above, but W1 is the old. If you were to say this is the kind of steel that a blacksmith would make I'm going to make you a knife back in the early 1900s or something, but that steel is basically carbon and iron, and that's it. Well, that's been the steel since the Iron Age, when they first discovered that you could turn iron into something harder than iron.
Yeah.
Because pure iron, like cast iron, you know, I can take a file and, you know, really just gouge into it. So the addition of carbon allows you, under the process of heat treating, to make cemented carbides, and they're harder than as a result of the heat treating, without getting too in the weeds. Those are hard crystals that are formed in the iron and carbon matrix in there. So that's been every steel sword that's existed since the beginning of when they've went from bronze to steel. So that is a fucking battle-proven, legit, best steel ever made in the history of mankind, is that simple iron and steel mix. All the Japanese swords, everything, every sword that's existed, every knife that's existed was that same steel. And the modern name for it was W1 or W2, which they're just simple steels.
Yeah.
But the evolution of technology, when metallurgists appeared on the scene and stuff, they started building better steels for, you know, again, most of it was driven by World War I, the Civil War even, World War I, World War II, and the auto industry. And then as a result of all of that, the airline industry, they were looking for lighter weight, harder, stronger, easier to obtain materials. And steel, of course, was a major part of all of those industries. And so the steel industry started going beyond what they were, you know, think about all the steel they were making for like railroad tracks. I mean, that ate up most of the steel that existed actually for a long time. And the thing about the evolution of that into the modern steels is some are better, some are okay, some hold an edge better and flex less before they break.
Yeah.
Some flex all the way, but don't hold an edge as good. So it's a marriage of all of these things that every steel company is trying to chase. It's like the perfect wave. It's got to be the next one. It's out here somewhere. I want to catch that wave. And one thing that you got to understand also is if I've got a steel company and you've got a steel company and you've got a steel company, I got to have the latest, greatest super steel. Well, my question about that is like, how many super steels can you possibly have? Because every couple of years there's a new super steel. But at the same time, there's a couple that are on the market right now that are really good steels. S35 and its variations that exist. And what's the other one, Lucas?
MagnaCut.
MagnaCut. MagnaCut is a really good steel.
Yeah.
It's got a lot of different properties. Now, here's another thing that fits into all this equation too is you buy a knife and you stick it in your tackle box and it's made with the old steel that the case knives were made out of and everything. And you come back for the next fishing season and you can't open it up because it's rusted shut.
Rusted shit.
So what happened in the knife community and in the industry was they wanted to develop a stainless steel that could compete with 01 and some of those really, really good steels. Because the thing about 01, as I'm sure you guys realize, is that you can differentially heat treat it. So you can make the back softer than the edge, which is the key to the Japanese swords and all of that good stuff. So, and any good swordsmith, including the guys that were making all the Damascus that existed, which goes all the way back to the Roman times, actually.
Really?
Those swords, when they're used in actual combat, the last thing on earth you want to ever have happen is it break.
Yeah.
Because now he's got a much longer
shatters.
sword than you do, and you're going downhill big time. So those kind of steels had those properties that some of the stainless steels don't have. And I think there's guys out there chasing that tail right now, trying to come up with a stainless steel that can be, and again, somebody might correct me if they see this and say it already exists. I'm not a steel company, so I don't know what they're developing, but you'd want to have if you were to develop the most perfect steel of all times, it would be a stainless steel that would hold a terrific edge and would be able to be differentially heat treated so that you could guarantee that it's not going to break.
Yeah.
Now, think about this, because there's a K-bar sitting right over here. That knife is a very simple steel, and it is heat treated
D2, right?
Well, it depends.
No, well, it depends on
the real ones that were used all the way, probably the ones your dad had and everything. Those knives were pretty much 01. You know, there may have been a few variations on it.
Don't stab yourself.
Well, been there, done that, for sure. But
Ernie has all his fingers, guys.
Well, I had one cut off one time, so but we reattached it. No bullshit.
Yeah, same here. That's why it doesn't bend.
Well, yeah, no. My guitar playing suffered big time. So that's a whole nother story, if you can tell by the shoes.
I know. I can't wait to hear that.
But this knife is, this may be a brand new one, so I don't know. But the ones that were used all the way up through till now, so to speak, those were very simple steels, and they were only heat treated to roughly 47 or 49 Rockwell, which now you can push steels up to 61, 62. But the point being is that the guys that developed this knife way back when understood what a knife has to do in a combat environment. It can't fucking break, okay?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It can't break, because whether you're prying something open or God forbid you're in a situation where this is all you got left, it can't break.
Yeah.
The stakes are too high, and the thing is, it still has to hold an edge. So, being that it's a softer steel, and I'm not saying this particular one, but the K-bar, being that it's softer steel, I can sharpen it on a rock, I can sharpen it on a piece of glass, I can sharpen it wherever I want to get it back into a serviceable edge. Because honest, like one of the guys told me one time, he said, Ernie, if you ever used your knife as a sand anchor in the water, I guarantee you I'm going to dull the son of a bitch up. I don't give a shit what kind. You could have diamonds in the fucking edge, and I'll dull that knife. I guarantee you. But I got to be able to resharpen it.
Right. Yeah.
And I'm not carrying around XYZ sharpening units and all that. I got to do it on a
fucking
on a brick.
Yeah, right.
Which they work. They work.
Yeah,
Don't get me wrong.
Great.
But that works when we're sitting around and I'm sharpening my knife when we're back in the barracks.
I'm not carrying one out in the field with me.
What's the most field expedient way to sharpen a knife with like a soft steel?
Well, of course, if you can fit into your ruck or whatever, one of those little diamond sticks about that long, they'll sharpen that knife pretty quickly. But I've sharpened them on bricks. I've sharpened them on pipe like that, just to get it. Now you're not going to shave with it. Don't get me wrong, but you should be able to bring that knife back into service, because again, you may have to cut your buddy's boot off or something, or cut him loose from rigging or whatever in the hell it is. So it's got to be able to be sharpened, but it can't break. And if you really want to know, probably besides the Buck 110 folder, the K-bar is probably the epitome of the finest combat tactical knife that's ever been developed. There's no question about it. It's seen more years of service and more use in combat than probably any outside of the AK, maybe AK-47A.
And unchanged design.
No, what's like the 1911? I mean, come on.
Exactly.
How do you make it better?
Well, then you got the half face.
That's actually what I just cleaned my elk with.
With the
Kevin's fucking claim to fame is a penis with wings. And so when Jack Carr and Andy did a collab, he gave us the pleasure.
There it is.
We did the Liberty Wrist collab.
It should have been a longer knife, because
I know, right?
Right?
There's a big veiny triumphant bastard.
No, these guys make great knives too, because see, the thing is, when you've come out of an environment where you don't view them as a toy, you view them as a tool.
Yeah.
You know what goes into making that tool, because again, here's an interesting little story about that. And these guys have got it. They've nailed it. These are great knives. And they know what they're used for, and they know what they're used for.
Yeah.
You're not out there dancing around sword fighting with some other guy. They're used as a tool. And but they got to be capable of doing that down the road for a couple of reasons, because if you don't have confidence in the things that you have on you when you're in an environment that's a life or death situation, which is anytime you're out and you're deployed, you may never ever have to use this knife as an offensive weapon, but you've got to have the confidence that it's going to work as one if I ever had to. That's a whole big part of that mentality about being able to prevail in the face of adversity, is you got to have that confidence in everything that I've got, whether it's the laces I use in these boots or anything, that I've got the best thing I can put together at that point in time. And can't remember where I was going to go with the story I was going to tell.
Talking about the steel and the changes in, like, say, S35 from W1 and.
Well, one of the things I was going to ask too is like the novelty. Like there's these divots and they call them blood grooves.
Oh,
and like at what point in time is this?
Well,
just bullshit.
This isn't bullshit, and I'll tell you why. If you look at swords, a lot of swords would have. They call this a fuller. A lot of swords would have a fuller going down the middle. Well, what that does on a cross section is it goes like, if you're looking, we sawed this in half, and I'm looking straight down the thing. What you'll see on that cross section is it goes like this. Now, if I take a piece of paper, I can bend it. But if I fold that paper and then try it, bend it in that direction, it's a lot harder to bend it.
Interesting.
Because what that does is it kind of forms those lines or ridges going down the blade that makes it hard to bend.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So that's people said they were blood grooves, but they were actually.
I was lied to my whole life.
Yeah. I mean, I call them blood grooves too. But the thing about it is they were actually developed as a primitive engineering aspect, again, born out of combat. I mean, honest, when the guys that developed all of this stuff, go back to the barbarians and the Vikings and the Romans and all that good stuff, because they were there during the Iron Age transition. That stuff was born out of necessity. It was developed because, oops, that didn't work. And so there was a constant evolution. Again, it's funny how weapons evolved. A weapon would evolve, whether it was a curved sword that could go over the top of a Roman scutum, which was their shield. Yep. Then the Romans had to develop armor that would prevent that from happening, and then they had to develop another type of something to penetrate, whatever chainmail or the Laura segmentia or whatever what the Romans wore as their undergarment stuff and all that. So it was one of these races that's constantly been driving the evolution of all of these different features and all that. And I know what I was going to tell you. It's like, for example, this handle has some grooves in it. Okay. But they're not obtrusive. They are not going to cause you what I call hot spots or pinch points. Now, I've seen, because we were talking about the evolution of tactical knives, and one of the things that I take great umbrage with is when a guy shows me a tactical knife and goes, "Here, Ernie, this is my tactical knife design. What do you think of it?" And I try and let him down easy a lot of times, but I'm saying, dude, one of the things I always ask him is like, "You ever used a machete? Are there any sharp angles, any, pointed parts, heavy duty, sharp checkering? Is there any of that on a machete? Yeah. Is there any of that on a hammer handle?"
Yeah, right.
Because I'm telling you right now, you take a machete out, even in your backyard, and start cutting some weeds. If there was anything sharp on there or rigid, you can get away with this for sure. But you can see it's blunted. It's not, but these guys will come up with this stuff and it's my tactical knife. And I go, dude, you've never had a fucking tool in your hand. You've never framed a house. Yeah. You've never gone out and whacked stuff. And that's that difference between painting them black and gray and actually building something.
Guys are doing those cross hatchings on their pistol grips for a while too, for like shipboarding. And man, you go to Shaw's and shoot,
all day long,
10,000 rounds in a fucking day, and your hand is just fucking hamburger meat. Yeah.
Well, it's the same thing. We talked about the 1911s a minute ago. One of the first things you need to do with a 1911, though, at least it used to be, when you get out of the box, you had to dehorn it. So you had to
all the burrs and all that stuff.
Yeah, all the burrs and all the corners and all that, they needed to be softened up because, and again, that's, I see it. It makes the gun more expensive if they have to do that prior to putting it in the box. But, that's the whole thing about any kind of a tactical weapon is you have to build it to the degree where it's used a lot different than a guy who goes to the range once a month and shoots a box
You're
of
safe
ammo.
queen.
Yeah. And, again, I got it. Guys got to sell knives, fancy, pretty, cool, checkering colors, dazzle, bedazzle, whatever, sells a lot of stuff. But that's not where I was at. And luckily I had enough of a, I guess, customer base, if you want to call it that, of people that were actual users that thought like I did.
Yeah, you had that farm background too, to where you're like, I'm not making my grips out of fucking whatever, diamond plated chrome bullshit.
The thing is also, I take it for granted. Although, man, I have seen some hellacious results of people fucking up knives. Yeah, our knives even a lot. I take good care of my weapons.
Yeah.
And I expect that kind of standard across the board, which is maybe a little bit unrealistic.
Yeah.
But at the same time, that's why I wanted these knives to be able to be taken apart and replace parts or change parts or adjust parts and things like that if you wanted to get fancy and you had enough skills to do that kind of stuff. And so, you know, that whole thing about the evolution of knives, some of it is driven by technology. Some of it is driven by trends. One of the things that I think happened, because you know, we went from this, which is still issued to everybody as a necessity, but I'll guarantee you that if you look at some of the old, they say GI issue, I think, on them, they're metal knife about this big. They're the ones that guys were issued back in World War II, I think. I've got a couple of them, and they were basically a pocket knife, and but they weren't a knife that I think everybody carried. Well, we've now in the 1970s, 80s, 90s, up till now, pocket knives or knives that go in your pocket are carried by a lot of guys.
Yeah.
And on duty, off duty, deployed, whatever. And, you know, my idea was I can't go to the movies with this knife in my on my belt. I could, but I won't.
Yeah.
But personally, I've actually been involved in a couple of accidents, not me in the accident, but been on the scene with the accident where we had to use a knife to get somebody extricated from a bad situation.
Yeah.
In fact, my wife actually was one of the people that she had a knife in her pocket, and I didn't have the knife on me, of all guys, not to have a freaking knife. But there's a long story to that too. But she had to cut a lady out of a car that was flipped upside down. And gasoline was literally, just like in the movies, man, the gas was pouring out, and we didn't know if the engine was still going.
Yeah.
And I cradled her while my wife pulled the knife out of her purse, and I went in through the busted front windshield, and then she cut her loose, and we got her down and got her out. It didn't catch on fire, but you know, you're more likely as any individual, way more likely, except maybe in a real hot combat environment, you're way more likely to have to use a knife for an emergency than anything else.
Yeah.
Knife fighting and all that shit that doesn't even exist, really. I mean, honest.
Yeah.
Come on.
No one wins in a knife fight.
Nice knife.
Yeah. Yeah. But, you know, so folding knives became a knife that you could carry. Just like I've always, and again, here I am preaching to the choir, and also sometimes do as I say, not as I do, because I admit I didn't have a knife with me, but it's because I'd been traveling for like 2 months on airplanes, and I just didn't have my knife in my pocket because it was still in the house when I got home. But anyway, long story. You need to have a knife that you're going to carry all of the time. It's just like a CCW. If you have a gun that you're going to carry, it's got to be a gun you will always carry, because the moment that you don't have it, that's when fate steps in and says, I'm going to make your day real bad real quick. And so, you know, the folding knife became something that there's a lot of folding knives that are sold today. Yeah. Way more than 20 years ago or 30 years ago. Yeah. I mean, it's just everybody carries a knife. Or, you know, again, here I am talking within my own little bubble too. Not everybody carries a knife, but all the people I know, they carry a knife.
It is pretty crazy.
I remember one time I was at SHOT Show. It was at a Knights Armament party upstairs at this.
Those are wild.
One of the hotels. Yeah. Oh yeah, fucking A they are. And I remember going up there, and security mandated that everybody take out their pocket knife, and then write your name and like number on a sticky note and put it, you know, in the clip, and then lay it down on the table. And I was relatively late to the party. Yeah. And I showed up, and I'm not fucking kidding. There was 500 knives on this thing, and security's like, oh God. I'm like, oh, you didn't play for SHOT Show, did you? And there was just tons of them, and I'm like, oh man, that's a nice knife.
Yeah.
Like, and you can almost tell like who's there at the party just by their knife. Yeah. You know, the engravings, what brand you're using, all that stuff. Yeah. So how did, for the listeners, there is a formerly or maybe currently patented design called the Wave, right?
Okay.
Is it called the Wave?
Yep.
And what this does is it allows a mechanical pocket knife to unhinge and straighten out as you're pulling it out of your pocket. How the hell was that designed?
Okay,
or developed?
That is actually one of my most favorite stories. An evolution of me running into those welders. I've developed a relationship with I developed a really good relationship with some of the guys down at the base. And I don't know if Nick North was down there. He was head of RTD&E at the time. And he gave me kind of an open invitation. Ernie, anytime you want to come down, just come on down. Just give me a call. I'll buzz you in. We'll get you in and you can come down. So I'd go down and come down here and go visit with Nick and all that, because he had a whole bunch of interest in knives, and he was looking at all of that. Was before they had the knife evaluation where SOG became the official issue knife to the teams.
Seal Knife 2000.
Yeah. But anyway,
thing was like this fucking long.
Because I was here, it's longer than that cable. Because I was down here, I ran into a lot of people, and I ran into a guy named Mike Ferguson, who at the time ran the combat fighting course, and so we kind of hit it off, and he knew he wanted some certain design aspects on a folding knife that didn't exist to that point. And he said, we want to have something on the top of the blade so that if a knife came in a knife on knife encounter, if the knife came in, that it would hit and not climb up the guy's wrist. And he said, do you think you could develop something like that? And I said, sure I can. And it's tough to put a guard on the top of a folding knife. It really, really is. It's just because of the fact that the knife folds, and then you got something sticking up here on the top of the handle, and what kind of sheath are you going to put it in, because the sheath's going to have to be wide enough to take this, but yet the handle's only this wide, and blah, blah, blah. So I said, well, what if I put something on the top of the blade? And so I made a thing that comes up like that. And then I thought, you know what? Let's be a little artsy-fartsy about it. Let's put a curve in there. And then I looked at it and I thought, oh, it looks like an cresting wave. Looks like an ocean wave. So I said, let's make that that feature and see if these guys, if that's palatable to them. So
I just thought it was a bottle opener.
Well,
I'm just kidding.
There's more. And there's more. So anyway, they were kind of back and forth talking to me about it, and so I said, well, I've got a couple prototype designs. And at the time I was also making a knife for some guys back at Bragg, and they wanted a blade heavy front end for if they were whacking something or whatever, who knows. And so I developed that kind of I didn't develop it. I designed the knife, because the recurve blade, I'd take that back. I didn't develop a recurve blade, but I adopted a recurve type style with a big belly on it. My son has just made some knives that were like the Gurkha knife. They're kukris. Oh, yeah. But it's that same kind of feel where there's a lot of meat out there on the front end of the knife.
Yeah.
And so I had the blade, and I thought, well, that's a kick-ass, good feeling knife. You got a grip on it. It's got the blade I like. It's fit the bill for the guys that were wanting that blade, so I know they were out using it. So I put that feature on top of that knife. And then Mike calls and says, or I called him or whatever, and he says, how are you on? I said, I've got some prototypes done. Why don't you come on up and pick them up? He jets up with a couple of guys, and they take them, we're looking at it, and he goes, yeah, I think this will work, I think this will work. And so we drank some whiskey and beer and shit for a little while, and then they hopped in their car and truck or whatever and took off. I had a phone in my garage, because I was always out there, and my wife said, God damn it, man, the only way I can get a hold of you is I have to call you on the phone, because you're out there grinding and stuff like that. So my phone's on the wall, and I'm sitting there and I'm looking at that blade, and I put it in my pocket and all that, and I pull it out, and it kind of opens up a little bit. And I was like, ooh, that's not good.
Yeah.
That's not good.
Originally, yeah.
Or is it?
Yeah.
Or is it? Yeah. So,
like, let's do that faster.
Yeah, do it a little faster. Boom, it's open. Boom, it's open. Bang, ring, ring, ring. The phone rings. This is no bullshit. The phone rings. Ernie, God damn it. Do you know what that fucking knife does when you pull it out of your pocket? It opens it up. And I go, I can't believe this. I was doing that with the knife and the phone rings at the same exact time. And it was like, no shit, it does. And then the last thing he says, he goes, and it opens up a beer bottle too. And I was like, wow, we covered it. We got it covered completely. And so that
Let me call the patent office.
Yeah,
So
literally.
again, I'm no genius. It just happened, and it worked out and became that. And
What year was this?
Holy smokes, that must have been. It won Knife of the Year in the blade industry in 1998. I'd say that was probably mid 96 or early 97.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
But it was accidental. I mean, honest. But what a cool accident. Come on.
Seriously.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's
I've never
pretty
seen
crazy.
a cooler feature on a knife.
Yeah.
And then when I saw that.
It's faster than an automatic.
Yeah,
Big
literally.
time.
Yeah.
I mean, the blade in an
And
automatic, it'll flip out quick, but you still got to pull it out of your pocket and then push the button. But that knife, you pull it out of your pocket, it's in your
ready
hand.
to go.
And again, if that clip was on the other end, couldn't do it.
Yeah.
Wouldn't work. So
Holy shit. I think I always wondered about that design and how it came about. And it came about by happenstance.
well,
It's
it
a
was
bottle
another
opener.
Navy SEAL.
Leave it to the seal. He
Driven,
was like,
yeah.
I cut myself, but I opened my beer.
Yeah. So again, that's why I'm so tied into the community because again, if it wasn't for that relationship, we wouldn't be sitting here having this conversation.
Yeah.
And I owe everything that I've got to those guys
Those
that
welders.
pushed me. Yeah.
Are those three still with us? Are they walking the earth?
Two of them are. One of them, unfortunately, has developed severe dementia.
Oh, really?
man.
Yeah. He's became a lifelong friend of mine. And sucks. But
Yeah. Yeah. Did
He's
you ever
like-
see that? It was there was a Discovery Channel series. It was something Warriors, something. You probably already
I've
know what
probably
I'm going to
seen
say.
it. Yeah.
But the guy they had on there, and they would pit like Warriors against Warriors. So it was like
Oh, I know.
Spartans versus Green Berets.
that- Right.
Yeah.
Well, they had a SEAL versus a something. And it was the fucking guy they had on there was Rob Roy. I don't know if you know Rob Roy, but and it was like, what blade do you use versus what the and they would have like I don't even know who they were going against. I have to dig up that fucking clip, but I just remember to this day. Rob goes, they're like, and what do Navy SEALs carry? And he literally pulls out a CQC 7 or CQC 6. He's like, we carry a folder, and they're like, and you can see all the guys are like, what? I mean, not that it wasn't
There's no
scripted.
drama.
Yeah,
There's
not
not
that it
enough
wasn't
drama in
scripted.
that.
But you can see all the hosts are like, oh Jesus,
Crap.
and sure as shit. So they have this half a ballistic dummy, and dude, Rob like literally he pulls this thing out. He just starts stabbing the fuck out of this fucking thing. He must have stabbed this fucking dummy like 40 times, and like its head was all hanging off, and
that's
he's just like go.
Okay, I've got a story. So Chris Karachi and I are at they used to have these police shows. I can't remember what they were called, but we were at the show, and we were just wandering about, and we came by this guy, and we call him Bob, the dummy Bob, and it's one of those flesh-colored things that sits on a post.
Oh yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about.
And this, I swear to God, this guy that was the rep had a karate gi on with a black belt, and he's like, dude, he goes, you guys carry knives, huh? And I go, yeah, I got a knife, because he's looking at our pocket, And he goes, you can stab this dummy, you can cut it, man. It does anything, you can shoot it, whatever. And I go, no kidding, that's cool, man. Because I'm always looking for stuff to use in classes, right?
Yeah.
And so I said, do you mind if I try it? And he goes, no, go ahead. I had a commander on me. So I took the commander and I pulled it out and I walked up to the dummy and I went, wham, like that, right across the neck. And the head goes clunk and falls to the side. And I was like, oh shit. And that was his
demo
display.
piece.
Yeah. And I was like, oh shit, man, I'm sorry. And he's like, oh God. And Chris is like, whatever. We wandered on, but
nice
it's the
dummy.
same exact thing. That dummy, the head fell right off to the side. It was just hanging by this whatever was left. But
so I've seen over, I guess, the course of the years. I know a good friend of mine, Jonathan Wegner, got brought into Sock Knives quite a few years ago in order to help take him from this gas station, 7-Eleven type of brand that it was, with a great heritage and pedigree, and then have to kind of breathe new life back into it. And, obviously, the founders of Benchmade and Spyderco. Have you seen a dissolve in the industry of integrity or forethought? I mean, there's Chris Reeves, there's Patrick Ma at Prometheus Design Works, but he's not a knife maker. And that's actually how you and I met years and years ago, whether it be at Shot or Blade.
Lost in the midst of time.
Yeah, no shit. I mean, that feels like forever ago. But Patrick Ma is a great friend of mine and a huge mentor.
Oh yeah.
And probably the one guy that got me, big into knives. But is the knife community being dissolved or diluted, or is there growth that you're seeing?
Well, we are under attack, and I mean full frontal assault from China. And it's hurt our industry. It's hurt our industry bad. And can I talk about that for a minute?
Yeah, please.
I'm
absolutely.
very
By all
passionate
means.
about it.
That's why you're here.
The Chinese, as we all know, are doing everything that they can to undermine every industry that we have in the United States, because we're at war with them. Whether there's ever been a shot fired yet or not, they're in full 100% offensive warfare against the United States on every level that exists, from TikTok to every other influence they have. And they, for some reason, also said, well, we can probably attack the knife industry too. So they started, because a lot of companies were having knives made in China. Well, even from the very beginning, because the Chinese society, if you will, doesn't have the same sense of ownership that you or I have, where it's like, that's your design, that's your thing. And we also, we're not all angels, so we do protect ourselves with patents and things like that. But we have that in place. In China, they don't.
There's no legal repercussions.
Give a shit about it.
Yeah. They're like, fuck your patent.
Yeah, we'll take whatever we get our hands on. So even back in the day before China, and again, when I was working at Hughes, that's back in the 80s, right? All of the briefs that we had all the time, because I had a top secret clearance as a result of where I was working, because we were doing NSA stuff and all that, all those satellites and all that. But we would have constant FBI briefs about, if a Chinese person ever talks to you, they're a spy.
Yeah.
Every single one of them is a spy. Now, that doesn't mean they went through their version of the farm or anything like that. But as an individual, even a student or anybody, they might be here, but grandma, grandpa, mother, brothers, sisters are still in China, and they are not allowed to come here without knowing that, dude, if you run into something, you got to feed us information.
It's their duty to collect.
Yeah,
it's
you
a
got to
duty.
collect.
Yeah.
And so, anyway, the Chinese decided that they were going to pick the knife industry too, because what they were doing was all of these companies, and that's another thing that we're very proud of. We're 100% made in the U.S. Always have been, always will be, and that was part of my charter. Is I want my friends to work for me.
Yeah.
So these are American workers. I wanted to give jobs to guys. I wanted to pay their mortgages. I wanted to put their kids through school. So that was who we were and what we were all about. But at the same time, all of the companies, and I can name them all, Gerber, Buck, Spartaco, Kershaw, every company under the sun, they were running at full speed to get their stuff on the boat to get over to China and have them make those knives, because they could buy, literally, honest to God, you could buy knives by the pound. That's no bullshit.
Yeah.
Man. You could buy a box of knives by the pound. And so the profit margins were
massive,
huge.
Yeah.
Yeah. And which is another thing that I'm a little pissed about, because I could be a fucking billionaire by now if I was,
right.
if I had jumped to China.
Outsourced.
But you know, that's
Yeah.
not who I am. Because
Yeah.
once you sell your soul to the devil, there's no buybacks, returns, or exchanges.
Yeah.
Not allowed. But they took all that over to China. Well, they didn't realize that if I'm, let's say I'm XYZ Knives, and I'm having them made at this place in China where all the Chinese knives are made in the same spot. They were making my 5,000 that I ordered, but they were making 2,000 that were going out the back door.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that wasn't, in their view of things, that wasn't a bad thing to do. That was just business.
Right.
Well, we have a little bit different view on that. And so anyway, then the Chinese started to understand, it's like, why do we need Gerber? Why do we need Buck? We can make those same exact knives and just go straight into the United States and come up with a goofy name, We Knives, or,
Right.
you know, I don't even know the names of some of the damn things. I'm so pissed about it, I block them out of my fucking memory. And they came, this took a long time. This took about 20 plus years, because at the time, you know, working at Hughes and all that, all of the machines that we would surplus out, because I was always looking at buying used machinery and stuff to make my own company and get it. The Chinese were buying every lathe, every mill, every single drill press.
Just to block you?
Yeah, just to block Emerson Knives. No, just to get over to China to repopulate their factories with modern,
Yeah.
even though they were used with modern technology equipment, to upgrade their
Antiquated nonsense.
yeah.
Well, also too, anytime that they buy shit like that, they just reverse engineer it, and now they,
100%.
You know, they're like, oh, yeah,
Yeah.
Well,
Just like our F-35.
I don't have to pay.
yeah,
You know,
big
I don't
time.
have to pay any kind of anything, because,
Oh,
like you said,
the
there's no
missile systems,
repercussions.
too.
There's no
Yeah.
legal. There's no legal recourse. So like,
No.
no,
And the U.S. is our enemy, so
yeah,
screw
fuck
you.
them. Yeah,
So anyway, they realized that they could bring those knives directly to the market. And so they first started coming in. They were real cheesy. They were like those real sharp, no deburring, nothing. And man, I saw them evolve. Every month there was a better version, until now they actually make better knives. They make better knives than I make. There's no, you know, I'll just be upfront about it. But, and they're, because we had a ton of counterfeits over the years, and
Oh, I
they were
bet.
horse shit, believe me, I'm
Yeah,
telling you.
yeah.
But man, they got so good that all of a sudden we started having guys going, I need my knife sharpened, and they'd send it in. I'm like, dude, that's not, we didn't make that knife.
Yeah.
It's got
Yeah.
all metric parts in it and that, and that's not one of ours. No way, that's one of yours. I paid $250
Oh, no.
for it. It's a real one. And I go, no, man, it's not. But that happened more and more and more. But now they're just coming in full blown, hard charging with their knives. They're flooding the market. There's a magazine called Blade Magazine. There's about 25 ads in there from all the Chinese companies, big full page ads and everything. And the knives, some of them are $500, $600, $700, $1,000 a piece. They're that nice. They're that good. But they're fucking Chinese
Yeah.
yeah.
trying to take over our industry. I just happen to be in touch with that industry, the cutlery industry, and it's a shame because this, you know, I remember one time we were at a show, my son was with me, and he had wandered off to look at all the other stuff in the show, and came back a while later, and he goes, Dad, those knives that from this company and that company or whatever, they're really nice knives, but he said they have no soul. And I was like, man, you nailed it. You nailed it. They have no soul. It's just that company that's making those knives right now.
There's 40, 50 people and $4 billion behind that knife.
Yeah.
Yeah, and here's the deal. Yesterday they were making doorknobs.
Yeah, no shit.
Yeah.
Exactly.
They're not knife makers.
Yeah.
They're not Mel
That's
Pardue or
shitty.
Bob Lovelace or any of these guys that, take up a craft. They're not a blacksmith. They're not none of that. And, the unfortunate thing is that money buys advertising, advertising sells knives. And so it's a sad thing because it hurt our industry to the point where, being small like we are.
So what's the recourse to fixing some of that stuff? And I mean, I know Trump's
recourse-
talked about like tariffs, and I mean, if there's anything, granted, I'm sure there's a way for these people to get their knives through the chain to where it looks like the shit's made in the well, that's what I'm saying.
Here.
To where it looks like the shit's made in Mexico or made in wherever. But I mean, I feel like there should be some recourse to design, not copywriting
infringement.
Yeah, copyright infringement.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
but I mean, what would be the recourse? I mean, you can't sanction the entire country of China for making a fucking knife that's
Right. Especially a communist country.
yeah,
That doesn't give a
yeah,
fuck.
yeah, they don't give a fuck.
here's the thing. The only recourse is people like me and you guys making
Push this up there.
other people aware that those knives are made by people getting a dime a week, and they're chained to their, they might be 12-year-old kids. And the reason that those knives are coming through is not because they want to make knives. It's to fuck the American knife industry.
Yeah.
And again, like I said, we're not the only ones. The auto industry, the tech industries, the drug industries, the legit drug industries, all of that stuff it's being hammered. It's a full frontal assault. There's no question about it.
Yeah.
It's just making people aware. Don't buy something from your enemy. Don't give them a goddamn penny, because that money, where is that money going?
Yeah.
Feed communism and drug trades or whatever.
And it's to
enslaving
feed
kids.
their war machine, for God's sakes, man.
Which I feel like that should be some type of public service message, because I mean, there's so many people nowadays, they don't give a fuck if it's
No.
People that do
I paid $150 for this fucking TV. They're like, yeah, no shit.
Well,
four 3-year-olds made that fucker in China, and you got paid.
And then they had their
17
bodies
cents
donated to organ transplants.
Exactly. Whereas, I think there's the common with the influx of everything from Amazon to, even Walmart and I mean stuff like that, to where the company has gotten so friggin' big to a point where when is enough? And I think that is something that
we allowed it to happen, and I got it. I mean, if you go to my house right now, probably almost every single thing that's on my shelf is made in China.
Yeah.
I mean, the clocks,
we didn't have a choice.
the TVs,
We stopped American
the
manufacturing.
only place they're made. Yeah. So they took that manufacturing base away by undercutting all the prices, by using slave labor and whatever it is that they do. But we need, and thank God Donald Trump is a guy who is at least aware of it and is doing what he can to bring that American manufacturing base back. Because honest to God, again, being at war with them, what do I want to do? Is I want to break your ability to fight back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, think about it.
Yeah.
It's, the art of war or Sun Tzu or whatever, they follow that thing letter by letter.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, if World War II had happened now, I mean, the amount of industrial, ingenuity that happened during World War II. I mean, they were saying they're pushing out B-29s like
a ship a week.
Yeah,
Come on.
pushing out. I mean, how many Gen Zers or Gen Xers would be like, you know what, I don't think I'm gonna go work at the fucking aircraft factory.
Yeah.
I got other shit to do, or it's just like
I'm an influencer.
I think I'd rather speak fucking Chinese than go work fucking 40 hours a week. And,
literally,
and
they're fine with that.
Yeah. Well,
But
the
guys
thing
like us
about
aren't.
I think that a lot of people don't understand also is they really are the enemy, and they've fought us twice now. the war in Korea was not against the North Koreans. It was against the Chinese.
Yeah.
Now, they fought us when they were weak, and we were strong. We were the strongest country on the face of the planet, and they went to war with us. They fought us in Vietnam. That wasn't against the North Vietnamese. That was a proving ground for Chinese military.
Yeah.
Again, we were the strongest country on the face of the earth, and they fought us then. So what are they going to do now when they think they might be getting somewhat of an upper hand in a lot of ways, in a lot of different theaters that they would have to fight us in? So I'm getting off on a rant about this, but man, I'm telling you right now, the recourse really is to become aware and to make as many people aware as we can.
Yeah.
And do it in a way that you don't. It's so tough. It's so tough to not sound like a conspiracy goofball, kook, or
no, you're
whatever.
fine. I wear a tinfoil hat too.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, it's because that's the way people view those kind of what they would consider me a radical, right-wing extremist. Yeah. And I'm not. I don't base stuff basically on belief. I base my philosophies and ideals and ideas on what I glean to be the correct information and the proper thing to do, the moral thing, the ethical thing, the right thing to do for the whole. And the people that you're trying to convince, they're like, oh, yeah, right. The Chinese are our enemy. Come on.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, where the fucking rock? Where you been the last 25 years?
Yeah.
Anyway, it has nothing to do with knives, but
take a break.
But it does.
Yeah, we're gonna take a quick break. Ryan has finally decided to join us after talking to judge and jury. So we'll be right back.
We're back.
We're back. So, Ernie, tell us a little bit about this this fine Kentucky bourbon that we have here.
Well, there was.
Let's intro Lucas too.
Oh, okay.
So we got Lucas sitting in with us. Ryan's not gonna make it. He's got some shenanigans going on. We thought he was just gonna be a late bloomer.
I think we can divulge why Ryan has a restraining order. I think. So come to find out, Ryan's not here with us because he's in court because his neighbor loves playing his fucking harmonica out on the patio and has apparently no regard for how obnoxious he is. And so his neighbors said, "What are you going to do? Come over here and take it from me." And Ryan's liberty risk.
He
did take it.
The worst thing you can ever tell a Navy SEAL is you can't do that.
Yeah, literally. So Ryan's not going to be able to join
stick
us.
This harmonica in my ass?
Yeah.
Now that you've mentioned it.
Yeah.
So instead, we have our next guest host.
Yeah. Ernie, your son.
This
Lucas.
is my son, Lucas. And I'm so proud, and I'll tell you why, just in regard to the knife making, because I'm proud of him as my son, as an individual, because he's
I hope so.
He's a good guy, and he's like-minded with the rest of us. So thank goodness, because he came out of the system that produced a lot of wokeism and all that other good shit, or bad shit.
Just say good.
But
shit.
anyway, so my son, I had a good friend who had he was a state wrestling champ and all that here in California, and he had a little boy, and he was going to make that boy a wrestler, and there was no question about it. That kid was going to wrestle. So he starts in the 3, 4, 5 years old, going to wrestling camps and all this stuff, and just pushing him. And then when the kid got to be about 12 years old, he turns to my friend and his dad, and he goes, "Dad, I fucking hate wrestling." And my friend, he said it was like he broke my spirit. I was like, oh my God, no. So I never pushed my son to become a knife maker. And then one day he came to me and said, he literally came to me and said, "Dad, I think I want to make knives." And I was like,
awesome.
"Oh, Lordy, good Lord, you're looking down on me. Thank goodness." Because him wanting to do it versus having to do it because he was my son or the family, or me forcing him into it, because it's like buds. You can't
Yeah.
If you don't want to be a Navy SEAL, you're not going to make it. You won't make the first week.
Yep.
You'll be done. And so you got to have that kind of drive and ambition that's coming from the inside out to fuel that fire. And so here he is, and he's now done 2 or 3 designs for the company. And his knives, honest to God, his custom knives, they're selling for like $4,000 or something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, he's light years ahead of where I was for sure.
Damn, that's awesome.
So coming out of this woke generation and everything, I mean, when you meet a girl and you're like, what do you do? And you're like, oh, I make knives. That's got to work out well.
No shit.
Yeah, if I weren't so introspective, it probably would be, but unfortunately I don't get out much. So
no, that's awesome.
He's making those damn knives.
Do you forge your own stuff, or do you do a lot of like, I don't know, like Andy doesn't forge his own knives, but he makes custom knives out of, like, you know, they cut their stuff out of
stock removal. That's what they call that.
Right.
Stock removal.
Yeah, the answer is yes. I have forged a few knives. We got our propane forge kind of tucked away right now, so I haven't been out there recently. But
right on.
Right now, all my knives are built in the same style and process as his.
Okay.
Are you doing laser cutting of sheets?
Yeah. We get the raw material in our shop, and I just use our existing machines to just go through the process.
So how do you guys brand that? Is it like an Emerson Special Projects? Is it your name on? I mean, obviously it's your name.
Yeah.
But how do we differentiate?
Well, his custom knives are Emerson.
Yeah, those are like my own brand. And then
Emerson Archetype is the name of that.
Yeah, and
awesome.
I license the designs to the production company, and then we'll make some of those as production folders.
Nice. Do you make folders and fixed blades, or predominantly?
Predominantly folders, but I'm working on a few fixed blades.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah. So how many kids do you have, Ernie?
I have 3.
Okay.
And they are, of course, I have my beautiful, loving wife, Mary.
How long have you been married?
I've been married going on 45 years. And
Amazing.
she's stuck with me through a lot of shenanigans. We'll just say that.
Yeah.
Thank God. And
how many times she held a knife to your throat?
You know, the real question is, how many times did she want to hold a knife? Because that would be exponential.
You like knives?
I'll show you a knife. But
Babe, I love you.
I got 2 girls and a boy, and my daughter Megan runs all of our marketing and all of the social media. My daughter Rachel got her degree in operations, and so she runs all the operations in the company. And now my son Lucas is going to be taking over a lot of the engineering and design. And
you're like working yourself out of a job, Ernie.
I know what? It's funny
because himself out of a job.
Yeah.
You know, it's that's what I want to do. Actually, because then I can work whenever I want, and I don't have to. But you know, it's funny that you bring that up, because honest to God, I haven't worked a day in the last 40-some years.
Yeah.
Not one single day. Never. It ain't work to me. I love it so much, and so. But I would like to have a little more free time here and there, because you know, it comes with a burden, like, you know, Smitty and all them with the watches and all that. You still gotta. It's like, damn, I can't take a month off and go, you know, on a big hunt up in Alaska or something, because I still got to make sure the place is running.
Yeah,
I want to be at that point, and my son is being groomed. To use an unpopular term these days, but he's being groomed for the right things. To be able to take that business and give me some free time.
Well, you got this now too. This tell us a little bit about this whiskey that we're gonna have.
Well, you know, it's funny because my wife and I, as you know, going to the SHOT shows and all of these other shows, so many people over the years, so many people would come up and say, "Hey, I got something for you, Ernie. It's my favorite whiskey, and it's from their hometown or wherever, and et cetera, et cetera." And so my wife and I were looking at you know, we like whiskey, and we said, well, God, we can't buy a distillery or make a distillery or do that kind of thing, because that's just a whole another world.
Another can of worms.
Yeah.
Right
It's a
there.
nightmare.
But it took us about 2 years to find out that we could purchase barrels of whiskey, and pick and choose the ones we want. And some of the distilleries let you do that. Some places buy in bulk from the distilleries, and then they source it out to other people that are doing special projects and stuff. And we got hooked up with a really good guy who had a good relationship with a bunch of the distilleries down in Kentucky. And I'm a bourbon guy, so that was perfect for us.
Yeah.
And so we ended up buying quite a few barrels of whiskey, and then we.
What does a barrel of whiskey cost?
If they are, it depends on if it's fresh whiskey versus aged.
Yeah.
You can buy fresh whiskey, which is basically moonshine before it's aged. You can get those $1,500 to maybe $2,200 on the.
Well, that's Kevin's fucking bar tab on the weekend.
Yeah. Right.
You'd be a lot better off.
And then
Well, there are a lot of.
but it goes up every year.
Yeah. I mean, there are some really good companies out there that we've. I invested in a distillery up in Long Beach, but there are some, and I did a lot of research into some of this stuff.
Yeah.
There's a company called Smoke Wagon that they have. They're out in Las Vegas, and they buy a lot of their juice from.
Actually, I know the owner.
Really?
Dude,
Yeah,
that's
he was
perfect.
at one of my SHOT Show parties.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
no way.
Yeah, he's a great guy.
Dude,
He
they
was
make
like our
phenomenal
vendor.
stuff, and they get a bunch of their juice from the old Seagram's plant.
That guy's a man of men for
And
sure.
then I think they age it in Nevada at one of their barrel houses. I might be speaking out of my ass right now, but from what I understand, they buy fresh stuff there, age it in Nevada, and then they bottle it and distribute it out of there. But I wouldn't say there's a lot of companies doing that, but there are a few companies that are doing that and that are getting some traction. But
Well, it's funny you bring that up because I assume that every whiskey company had a distillery. And as we got into this, we're in about our fourth year or so of it. I found out that there's certain well-known whiskey companies that they source all of their.
Yeah. It's a very small,
they don't
white
have
label kind of niche.
Yeah, they don't have a distillery.
yeah,
And so we're just on the small end of all that. We do it more for fun than anything else. What I do with the whiskey is because I'm a knife maker and I make custom knives. The first 25 bottles come with a full-blown custom knife that's made from the whiskey staves
No way.
Oh,
of
that's
the
awesome.
barrel that the whiskey it's paired with, and this is why this is number 131. But the first 25 would have the knives that are 001, 002.
Oh, that's killer.
That would match the bottles. And because a lot of people collect my knives, a lot of them now have bottles of whiskey and one of the custom
Dang,
knives.
that's pretty cool.
And it makes it a cool thing. It's
but then do you drink the whiskey or no?
well, it's funny because I've had most of them end up buying another bottle of whiskey because then they can drink the one that's not serialized.
I always heard a good rule, especially when it comes to wine, is always buying threes.
No.
Yeah.
One that you're going to drink right away, one that you're saving for a special occasion, and then one that you're going to age.
Yeah.
Or keep around for a long time.
It's true.
Yeah, I think it's a great thing. It'd be even funnier too is if you put a blade on the inside of that bottle when you blow it, and that way now it's like a piggy bank. Cheers.
Yeah, right.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Absolute pleasure having you guys on.
Well, thank you.
So Ernie, let's you know a lot of people in this world. And I'm sure there's been some use case scenarios and some highlights and stories throughout your years. And I would love to hear some of these.
Well, I'll tell you one that I thought would be my last SHOT Show. And what that was about was there was a guy, when I was still making knives in my garage, I had a guy contact me from Germany. And he said, can you send me some drawings of your knives? Because I want to be a knife maker, etc. And he goes, I'm going to school at the University for Engineering and all that.
I'm not Chinese, I swear.
No. I said, well, I appreciate that, but I'm not really. Yeah. I'm not really comfortable with sending my designs because at the time I was still a guy trying to make a living and all that, and etc. So, but he kept hounding me and all that, and I kept saying no. And so then I went to Paris to some knife show over there one time, and he shows up, and he goes, I want to show you my knife. It's the one I made for Boker, and it's #1 selling knife in Europe right now. And
so it's 1 inch long.
Yeah. And he said, I patterned it after your CQC6, and I looked at it and I go, yeah, I can see that. Yeah, it is patterned after my CQC6, and I was a little bit like, close guarded about my stuff at that time, because again, the competition and trying to make your name and your way in the world and all that. And I said, yeah, good for you. Thanks. See you later. Yeah. So a couple of years or a year goes by or whatever. And Boker, I'm going to get in trouble over this one. Boker contacts us and they want to sell our knives. And I was like, okay, that's fine. Big European distributor, plus knife manufacturer and all that good stuff. And so the Ernst Felix was his name. He was the head of Boker, the president or whatever. And we're at the SHOT Show, and he comes in and he's got his catalog for the year. And it's got our CQC7 on the cover of the catalog because he was going to be our distributor in Europe. And so he was all gung-ho and all that. And I mentioned something about this knife that was their #1 selling knife. And I said, that's the guy who designed that told me he copied my CQC6 knife to make that design. And he says, no, that's not true. And I said, well, I'm telling you, it is true, because he was standing right in front of me telling me that. And I said, and as a matter of fact, my wife was with me when he did it. Yeah. And my wife goes, yeah, she goes, and we weren't too happy about it because he was showing us the knife and telling us, the story of why he made it like our knife and all that. And Ernst Felix goes, that's a lie. And I looked at him and I said, are you calling my wife a liar? I said, inside my head, I was going, man, that's a motherfucking door you never should have opened up.
Swedish fuck. Take that 1 inch knife and shove it up your ass.
I grabbed his briefcase and it was open, and I swung it like this and threw it out into the middle down the aisle of the show. And he was like, don't you know who I am? Don't you know who I am? And I said, I don't give a fuck who you are. Nobody calls my wife a liar. And but I was much more vocal because I'm prone to swearing and all that. And I was sitting there watching him, and he was out in the aisleway grabbing up all those fucking catalogs that had our knife on the cover. I thought, I hope you printed fucking 100,000 of them.
I was just thinking that. I'm like, those are living in a box somewhere.
Yeah. And I thought, no, this is my last SHOT Show. And
what year was that?
That must have been, that had to be like 94, 95, somewhere in there.
Well, you wouldn't even recognize SHOT Show now. It's a fucking circus, man. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's absolutely a circus. I've been going for the past 14, 15 years.
Yeah.
I mean, my first year at SHOT Show, I was active duty in recon, and my battalion commander sent me out there to go source a bunch of Gucci gear for our last pump.
Yep.
And I still somehow keep on going back.
Well, you know what? It's cool to go there and check out the stuff.
If you're a vendor, yeah.
Man, being there, it is a mother effort, because I'm telling you, to prep for it,
I bet.
Getting the stuff, and every year you needed to have something new and exciting for the SHOT Show and all that. And here's the thing about us is, like you mentioned about the super steels or the steels earlier. Every year there's a new super steel, or a new super steel, new super steel. We literally were
Super
driven.
seal.
Yeah.
That's what you think.
We were driven by the SHOT Show to produce new models. Well, here's the deal. The Estwing hammer has been the same. That's my grandfather's hammer that I have two of his. They're 100 plus years old.
Jesus.
They're the same fucking hammer today that they were back when he bought it. And that's the hammer that they make. My baseline philosophy was, the knives that I make are the knives that I make. I'm not going to produce a new model every year just to drive an article in a magazine or to have something new and exciting for the vendors. That wasn't my gig at all. It never has been. And so it caused a lot of issues for us and strain as a company because, again, sounds braggadocious, but it's a fact. We sold every knife that we make.
Yeah.
And I'm like, why do I need to make a new model if we're not catching up?
Crushing it.
Yeah, we're not catching up to the ones that that people are wanting to buy. And so we decided.
But this one's got rhinestones on it.
Yeah, no shit.
That's what it's become.
Yeah.
And so a lot of companies are driven by that. And I got it. They're neck and neck with each other. I was not Gerber, not Buck, not Spyderco. I didn't want to be those companies because I wanted to be able to be in control. And that's not because I'm a control freak, but because I had a vision about what I wanted our company to be, and I wasn't going to let outside forces make a decision that what I didn't think was the best for the company. And since it's a family-owned company, and I'm going to pass it on, my wife and I we're going to pass it down to the family. I wanted them to have a good, solid thing that they were going to inherit as far as a legacy. Yeah. And not be, we never followed the trends on anything because there's a lot of trends in the knife industry, believe me. Every year there's a new one. And, but we didn't want to do that. So we had, when we started our company, I was in a kind of a unique position because we had a high demand for the product, period. And so I went into it and I said, because I remember I was at Benchmade the year that they decided to go from selling to distributors who then in turn sell it to all the businesses that sell knives, knife stores, gun stores, etc.
Mm-hmm.
I was there when they pulled the rug out from under one of the biggest knife distributors in the business and said, guy named Phil Martin from Blue Ridge Knives, and they said, Phil, we're not going to use distributors anymore. We're going to go direct to the stores.
Yeah.
And I saw Phil Martin tear up a $3 million check and say, "You're never doing business with us again."
Oh, fucking
damn.
Yeah. And so I was like, "Whoa." I never want to have that happen to me. So
let me get that check.
Yeah, really. I'm still trying to get that check.
Like, oh, fuck. I regret this.
Oh, I've got a cool story about Keith Richards too. It's a funny, very funny one. Don't let me forget it. So anyway, when I started our business, I said, I'm going to sell to distributors. I'm also going to sell to stores that contact us, and I'm going to sell direct to a customer that contacts us. But I went to our distributors and I said, this is the way it's going to be. So I'm giving you an upfront thing. I'm not going to do any fucking hijinks on you. This is the way it's going to be, but I will guarantee you this. If they contact me, I'll sell to them, but I'm not going to go out and solicit, all the gun stores and all this and that. And luckily we had, again, like I said, a unique position. There was a high demand. Every single one of them said, "Ernie, I really appreciate you being upfront with us. Let's roll with it as long as we can." And we did. And
well, is that one of those things too? Like, say you're selling at Bass Pro Shops, they buy 500 items. Mm-hmm. You're probably giving them to them less than some guy that contacts me like, I want to buy one knife. I mean, they're getting a bulk deal, I would think.
Like MOQs.
Yeah. It's 100% true. That's always the more that you buy, the
business.
The more leverage you have. Yeah. And but my long-term goal was always to go factory direct to the consumer, period.
Yeah.
And it took us about 15 years to get there. And I was up front with everyone, every step of the way about what we were doing. And luckily, we had enough of a goodwill, I guess, if you call it that every single one of those distributors, when we finally did say, it's time, we gave them a big time lead time. And they all still want to do business with us today. So we never burned a bridge with anybody or anything.
It's hard to do.
Yeah.
Yeah. But again, just being honest and letting people know this is what's coming. So get ready for it. I warned you about it in the beginning. So then we went direct to dealers. And then we did the same thing after about 6 or 7 years with all the dealers, which is I can see why people use distributors, because you're dealing with all these guys that, knives are getting lost in shipment.
Right.
And oh man, it was just crazy. But we finally ended up going direct to the consumer. So now we don't deal with any stores, and maybe there's a couple select stores that are good friends of the family that we've known for years, but none of the distributors or anything. So there's no reason to go to the SHOT Show after that,
Right.
because
It's irrelevant.
because that's all dealers.
Yeah.
And so that took a lot of pressure off us, and it's and of course, again, just being upfront with you guys, the lion's share of the profit then is ours also.
Yeah.
Because there's
no middleman.
30% off, there's no
Right.
40% off, it's 50 for
Maximizing
distributors.
margins.
Yeah.
But at the same time, we were talking about the Chinese stuff. I'm telling you right now, there's some very well-known knife companies out there that have their stuff made in China. Because I've had people say, well, Emerson knives are way too expensive. And I'm like,
Cool.
okay,
Yeah.
you don't need to buy one,
Yeah.
but you're going to go over and buy that not ZT, that Kershaw, XRTY company knife that's made in China, and you're paying them $279 or $300 for that knife. And I'm telling you right now, I know that knife costs about $12.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Well,
do you
I'll tell
think
ya-
that the Chinese too, like this is going to be one of my questions before the break,
Sure.
is with the Chinese influence and steel, purchasing and things like that. Like it sounds like something the Chinese would do by, let's just say you ordered a shit ton of S35 steel, but depending on where it comes from, it doesn't have to be S35. And unless you're doing, the breakdown signs of the rock hard weld and the metallurgy.
How would you know?
Yeah, exactly. So they could sell you CPM 130, but you're buying S35, which is insanely more expensive.
Yeah. And that, I wouldn't doubt that is taking place, because there's no restrictions on
Right.
it.
It's like subversion, but you're not going to know by looking at a sheet of steel.
Okay, so think about this. Drugs, which are heavily regulated by the FDA and everybody else. It is
Prescription drugs.
Prescription drug, yeah.
Well,
It's a known fact that you can buy a lot of those same drugs and over the counter drugs via Amazon and everything. And our drugs are made. They're made in China.
Right.
They're pharmaceutical companies. They know, we know, everybody knows now that a lot of those things that you buy that are, let's call it Tylenol or Advil or whatever, it's got half the strength that it says on the bottle.
Right.
Yeah.
Or it might not even have what it's supposed to have in it, or it might have bad shit in it. So if their scruples are not high enough to not do that under the strict regulations that are imposed on it, steel? Come
Yeah.
on.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
Now, I have no evidence or hard facts about that, but for God's sakes, if you're doing it over here,
Right, exactly, and and that's why I posed the question, because I know, firsthand right now, and one of my personal clients is Emerald Spirit Tequila, and it's a tequila company. Well, the tequila, or the government of Mexico, mandates that tequila needs to be 100% Blue Weber agave.
Yep.
And now Casamigos is being sold after having an IPO of like $3.5 billion. That Casamigos tequila is actually closer to rum than tequila, because of the regulations and the ingredients and all these things, and that's a lot easier to test than steel.
oh yeah, and it is tested.
Yeah.
The alcohol, BATF and everybody is all over alcohol. that's another thing that you know about firsthand too is
alcohol. Absolutely.
That fucking checks out.
I was thinking that, but I didn't say it. No, it's funny because it's touched by every government agency down to almost the city level, and every single one's taking that money out of it.
Well, it's weird because when our distiller, so for example, when I was saying on the break, we collaborated, me and my neighbors, we got a 10-gallon barrel, and I was like, however many bottles each. I think each one of us got like 9 bottles. So whatever, there's like 50 bottles.
Yep.
So, and at the time, we had been shipping some booze here and there. So I hit up our distiller. I'm like, hey, is it make more sense for you to just ship it down to San Diego than for us to drive up there and grab these cases? And he goes, I can't ship it.
Yeah.
I'm like, what do you mean? I'm like, you ship shit already. He goes, yours is a special thing because it's not taxed.
Yeah.
It's for consumption.
You're just
only.
a rum runner.
You fuckers aren't selling it. You're drinking it. And so it's like one of those things. He's like, it's fucking bootleg shit.
Yeah.
He's like, if I get rolled up selling this or shipping it without tax stamps, without all this stuff, he goes, the company's fucked anyway, but yeah, it was one of those weird things you get into the whole ATF and
it's
the
convoluted.
government. The government has their dick skinners in everything. Like they're gonna get their piece, which is kind of
so check this out.
Disheartening.
I have a distiller's license, but it's for fuel. Now, I'm going to tell you this story.
Pineapple.
Fuel only. Now, this is funny.
This will fuel your body.
Yeah. So you can get a distiller's license for fuel consumption, where you can distill whatever it is you want to distill into ethanol.
Yeah.
And
was that E85 or whatever?
I don't know what the name of it is or the number of the thing, but I found out about it. Somebody told me a long time ago. So I said, hell, I'm going to apply for this because you can make moonshine. And there's one of the things is I can make drinkable moonshine.
You just have to put it in a gas can.
Well, yeah. But if you're my neighbor and I hand it across the fence, that's a federal offense.
Really?
No way.
Yep. As long as it's within the defined boundary of my property.
But you can walk around the fence.
Oh. I don't know. And maybe even under the fence.
No,
but no,
if you
check
just
this out.
if you give it to him, it's illegal?
No, it's illegal. That has to stay. The only way that I could give it to you is if I put it in a gas can and poured gasoline in it to denature it.
Oh, right. Yeah.
But check this out. When I got the
That's
license.
interesting.
Now, this happened when Jimmy Carter was the president. Now, Jimmy Carter's a good old boy from Georgia.
Peanut farmer.
That was during the big fuel crisis and all that. So they initiated this so you could distill product, make something you put in your lawnmower, your car, whatever the hell you want. The distiller's license gives me the right to make 35,000 gallons a year. It costs $1.
Jesus.
And no one's ever been denied the license. Now, when I was on the phone with the gal that interviewed me when we were getting checked off all our boxes and all that.
Were you in California when you got this?
This is in California.
Oh my shit.
That's surprising.
I asked her, I said, okay, miss, I said, off the record, I said, how many people do you think are actually distilling this to use as fuel? And she started laughing. And I said, hon, you answered my question. You don't have to say anything.
Say
you don't
no
have to
more.
incriminate yourself.
Yeah.
But it was so funny because she
less.
just started laughing. And I thought, Jimmy Carter, you were a hell of a bad president, but you are a righteous son of a gun, man. Gave us the right to make that.
Do they still do that?
It can do it right now.
Yeah, that's got to be one of those loopholes.
Look it up.
Just
I'll
like
check
one of
it
those
out.
odd laws, like in Alabama, it's like you can only fuck your horse twice or something. Some nonsense like that. It's like, someone forget to look at that legislation.
Wait a minute. Wow, that's funny. When you mentioned the one guy from Alabama, I was gonna make like a wife sister joke, but I was like, no, he's a good friend of yours. Speaking of which, caveat. what we were talking about earlier, that TV show is called Deadliest Warrior.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And it was season 2, episode 14, in case anybody wants to look that shit up. But I just thought it was funny as fuck. He literally just took a folder, and everybody else, because it was Navy SEALs versus Israeli commandos, which is kind of interesting because most of the other ones are like, episode 12, Ming warrior versus
Viking
musketeer.
Hey, at least the SEALs didn't kill Charlie Kirk.
Comanche versus Mongol. Vlad the Impaler versus Sun Tzu.
Oh my God.
I
don't know if Sun Tzu was
how cool these were. These were like three seasons they did
Vlad
this.
versus Sun Tzu would be something else.
Yeah. But,
I think Vlad would come out on top of that one.
I'm secretly in love with that.
He's
that
pretty brutal
story. Yeah. There's this
very interesting story about that shit, which is crazy.
What do you mean?
No, the whole
just
the
about
Vlad
Vlad.
the Impaler fucking story. Was like anybody that reads up on that, you're like, what the fuck? Like, so
it's
like
insane.
Basically, like Dracula's based on.
Yeah, for sure. And that's always one of those things too that. Like
didn't stab people to fix or with a folder,
No,
but also how many spears you have just to keep people on them and just like post them out there for psychological reasons.
100%.
Yeah.
And
just
then
strike
also,
that fear.
We talk about operators and us being badass and I went to war and now we're counting our deployments, but were you ever riding a horse going 40 miles an hour with a sword in your fucking hand?
Yeah.
It's like, dude, I want nothing to do with that.
Yeah.
And like you get one cut, then you get sepsis and then, gangrene and then you just kind of start spiraling down this hill without early medicine.
Well, it's funny. They just discovered a whole burial in a well of a bunch of Roman soldiers. And when they did the post-mortem autopsies, I guess you call it, or something like that, or forensic autopsies, they kept track of all the wounds. And many of them had severe injuries that had healed, like chops to the arm and all that kind of good stuff. And so for, again, the rate of infection, I mean, how many died, I don't know.
Yeah.
But, the fact that these guys were some really rough and tumble guys, and some of them were in their 40s and 50 years old.
Which 50 years old might as well be 100 years old in our day.
Back then? Hell yeah. Sure. And it's just amazing to me that, they're cut from a different sail than some of us are these days.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you see some of those shows like Braveheart. It's not to say it's historically correct, but man, dude's getting shot with a fucking arrow. They're just like fucking break it off, rip it off, and just shove a fucking hot poker in there and be like.
I guess that worked.
So, Ernie, here's another question for you. Harrowing back to the days of sword fighting and knife fighting, no one wins in a knife fight. I think that's something I've seen
a given.
firsthand.
Yep.
Yeah. But I've always wondered, big old broadswords or Japanese katanas and things like that, were they always razor sharp? And if you're in a sword fight, are you turning it so that way you can keep your edge? There has to be some historical knowledge there that I've always wondered.
Well, their definition of sharp isn't your definition of sharp. No, they were not razor sharp. You can't go from a 1/4 inch thick backbone over an inch like a katana. Let's say that katana is an inch and 1/4 wide from edge to spine. You can't go from a 1/4 inch thick to a razor.
Right.
It would be way too delicate going out to the edge. They're very sharp. I mean, if I went like this, it would cut. And some of the smaller tontos and things like that they had on their body, the shorter ones, you could make because they were a thinner blade.
I thought the shorter ones were called katanas and the longer ones were called something.
No, that's the katana is the big one. Then there's a wakizashi, which is the second sword. It's about 3/4 of that size. And then the tontos were the ones that they would be their personal.
I thought Tonto was Lone Rangers.
No, that's their and that.
Jesus.
But
you can leave anytime you want, Kevin.
They're very sharp. Yeah, they're very sharp, but they're not like a. The average folding knife right now is, again, there's going to be guys that are probably throw rocks and stones at me for saying this, but the average folding knife is probably sharper than the average katana.
Right.
And as far as the swords, see, I'm a collector. I have legit Roman gladius.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah, it's
You know what we should do is we should, for our Patreon guys, we should come up and visit you.
That would be rad, dude. Go up there and do a
film
little
everything.
B-roll
and just kind of see what you have.
I've got.
That's
I don't
incredible.
have
All right, we're doing it.
There's a lot of stuff.
I don't have a Viking sword, but I have Viking axes. And
All right,
I
we
have,
got to get...
I have bronze swords and...
We do a GoFundMe, get Ernie a Viking sword.
There you go.
But, like, thanks, guys.
Yeah. See, the thing about it is they didn't need to be razor sharp because I wasn't doing this. I was...
Yeah, you're hacking.
Or stabbing.
Yeah.
And the thing about it is, think about an axe. You can sharpen an axe to a razor sharp because I've seen the guys shave with their axe and all that. But the minute you start chopping into oak or something like that, you're going to dull it up, and it's not going to last. And believe me, I'm from where I'm from. I'm 23 miles away from where they held the World Lumberjack Championships forever and ever. I mean, it's in Hayward, Wisconsin. We used to go up there all the time, and those guys, they could do that with their axes and all that, but not the guy out working in the woods.
Yeah.
And
it's like a mechanical advantage.
Yeah,
you know,
because you got to cut through that log.
The wedge.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you want to cut through that log in less than so many seconds to win the contest. So you got a razor sharp as you can get it. But in the long run, the swords were sharp, but not razor sharp in the sense of what we define.
Yeah.
And but they had that flexibility and thing in them. Now that the reason that you mentioned that about the how would you present the edge on or not? There are a bunch of different, especially if you look at the Japanese swordsmanship, the art of the samurai, and they had a number of ways to deflect that wouldn't damage the edge of their blade, because that's something else you didn't want to have happen.
Right.
And so, a lot of the techniques are tuned to taking a blow on the back. I've got several Japanese swords, legit ones, and you'll see notches on the back, but you won't. There are sometimes you'll see a specific type of chip on the blade, which usually comes from hitting another object, a hard object, which would be on a samurai sword, probably another sword.
Yeah.
But you'll see the nicks on the back of the blade, which is softer steel, because they wanted the flexibility in that. And so, there's a bunch of techniques to that. I'm not familiar with so much Roman battle, actual sword techniques,
like
or
legionnaire
Viking
technique and shit.
But I do know this: there was a battleground that they did not. They threw all the bodies. It's called Visby, Scotland. Visby, Denmark, I believe it is, or maybe it's Sweden. I can't remember. But
how you spell it? The first part?
Visby, Visby. The battle happened, and a ton of people were killed, and they had to abandon the battlefield. So there was no burial of the bodies. They just threw them in a big pit or something and buried them. But they did again that forensic autopsies on them, and they found that the majority of the
Battle of Visby.
Yeah, the majority Sweden. Okay.
Gotland, Sweden.
Scotland. That's why I goofed up with Scotland. Yeah. The majority of the wounds on almost every body were on the legs. Now think about it, because that's again one of those things where you go for the head and all this and that. Almost all of them had head wounds. But if I whacked the guy in the head with my sword, would I then cut his left leg off? No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The leg came first.
Yeah.
In order to
once he went down, boom, then came the killing blow.
It's like modern MMA fighters, versus boxers. You're K1 kickboxers or some shit. Your reach is leg kick. Chop that tree down. I'm sure the same shit.
Yeah, then the hands start to come down. Believe me, I know all about it.
Sitting there behind a sword. What's sticking out?
Yeah. So
nice sandal, bitch. You're missing a fucking toenail now, motherfucker.
you'll only have to buy one from now on.
Yeah. Join your buddy. You guys can go buy sandals together.
Yeah. But it's funny because some of those things, there's what we perceive or what we've been taught by movies and things like that, versus what reality tells us about those kind of confrontations and everything. And they're sometimes a long ways from each other.
Yeah.
And that's not to say that. And again, a lot of the killing blows were stabbing. But that's hard to do when a guy's got a shield and he's trying to stab you back, so to speak.
Yeah.
So, again, a lot of that would have taken place as a killing blow rather than the disabling blows. Yeah. Because you got to get to the point where I can, if I extend out this like this, I'm really in a highly vulnerable position.
Just leaving up in that.
Because if I go like this and this, it's recoverable as far as my hacking or slashing, if you will. So, and I'm not an expert. I know some guys that really are, that have told me a lot of these kind of things. And, but it's really interesting because, again, like when I said there's no knife fighting, here's the real knife fight that still exists to this day, is one guy has a knife and the other guy doesn't.
Yeah.
And he's attacked him and he's stabbing him with a knife. And that's about as knife fighty as you can get in reality. Yeah. Nobody stands there dancing back and forth like they're in a sword fight.
Well, a lot of that fucked up shit too is dudes will get in the middle of a fight and then next thing you know, he's stabbed 3 times and then he
doesn't even know it.
And then the adrenaline kicks in and like, there goes my kidney.
Ukrainian girl, on the train.
She had no idea.
That's a knife fight, right?
And had no idea. That was one of the most disgusting fucking things I've ever seen in my entire life. And it's like, oh wait, I'm actually stabbed. Yeah. And then you realize it, but then all of a sudden you realize how quick it is.
Bleed out and she was dead in a minute.
Yeah. And I saw another nasty YouTube video where it was a bunch of thugs in a subway in New York City. And one guy just he was like, oh yeah, you want to go? And threw a fist. And the other guy just swept his knife and went right through here. And all of a sudden he's looks down and it's just full gush. And in 20 seconds he was
gone
on the ground.
Yep. It's done. Yeah. And it's
see, and I saw that same video. That guy was twice as big as the guy.
The big black guy in the subway, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's it looked like he slapped him.
Yep. Nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing. I saw another one in Huntington Beach the other day where this guy was beating up this guy that was stealing a purse, and he comes in and this entire guy's leg is
filleted open.
Yeah, filleted open.
Yeah.
He's leaning on it and he's like, why doesn't my leg work? And looks down. It's oh my God. Yeah. And there's nothing worse than a dull knife.
Oh God.
Yeah.
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 That's funny that I'm also an expert witness for the LA Prosecuting Attorney's Office.
No way.
Yeah, on edge weapon, deadly force encounters and stuff like that.
How many times have you done that? And that sounds pretty cool.
I've done it about half a dozen times, and some of them have been literally death penalty cases where there was one of the big ones I was on involved a K-bar. The guy bought it and went over his wife or his ex-girlfriend. I can't remember which it was, but she was now shacked up with another guy, and he came in. It's always this. Here's a rule of life: never leave your sliding door windows open. That's every time I turn around and see something, even if it's on a crime drama. It's like guy sneaks in the sliding. Yeah. The sliding door, it's like, dude, lock those.
Got to use the broom handle too.
But anyway, he came in.
2x4
guy was in bed, and he had the K-bar that he bought from A1 Surplus over in Hawthorne, California, and he came in and he stabbed him, I think, or cut him, and stabbed him about 27 times, 11 of which were fatal wounds in and of themselves.
Jesus.
And that was I don't enjoy it, but I have to look at all the autopsy photos and all this and that to see, okay, again, that forensic stuff, where did that knife right hand strike, left hand strike, stab wound.
Yeah.
Where was this guy when he was being stabbed? Was he on his back? Was he already down? Et cetera, et cetera. And you can determine a lot of that by looking at the blood, where the blood is.
Yeah.
The difference between defensive wounds and just all kinds of stuff like that. But anyway, it's that's a knife fight.
Yeah,
that's the way it happens. One guy has a knife, the other guy doesn't. It's very rare, 1 in a million that, again, when we look at an attack. Now I'm talking about when you assault a building or a room,
structure.
A structure. There's a high probability there's bad guys on the other side. So when you blow that door and you come blasting through there, you're up and ready to go before you even enter that room.
Yeah.
Attacks out here, or even in those kind of environments, but not maybe on a assault of a structure. They're based on predatory principles, surprise attack.
Mm-hmm.
So you are going to be in a reactive mode for the first milliseconds, hopefully only, of that attack. So if we go out here and some guy's decides he wants to whack me with a knife or anything, there's a high probability he'll stab me maybe 4, 5, or 6 times before I even know there's an attack taking place.
Yeah.
And so that's the way most of that stuff happens in the knife related assaults and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Or the other way is also 2 guys wrestling around on the ground and one guy pulls out his EDC knife and boom, 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 boom.
Yeah.
He's not punching, he's stabbing.
Yeah.
So, it's, again, one of those things where, there's reality and then there's what we're told is reality. And it's one of the situations that I was just thinking about this on the way down. When a police officer, again, as opposed to taking that door and going in there where there's bad guys that are there, a police officer rolls up on a car that's got a brake light that's out. He starts to walk up to the car. Guy comes wheeling out with a .357 Magnum and boom, boom, boom. He's not ready to go when that guy, that's a tough thing.
Yeah.
And when we have to testify about why did you shoot him, he only had a knife. We have to go through this scenario every single time. And it's not, the average 60-year-old housewife that's on the jury, I don't expect her to be spun up on this kind of shit.
Right, but you have to articulate,
closing the distance.
Yeah,
absolutely.
What's the 20? What's the whatever
21 foot.
21 foot rule?
That was from Gavin DeBecker, I think.
Yeah, and that's in a controlled environment. That's like,
right.
Okay, go.
Yeah.
That's not like I'm looking that way and you're 21 feet away behind me.
Yeah, you still got to turn, draw.
Roger that, yeah. So, there's a lot of that kind of stuff that you have to educate that jury every single time. And you have to be so precise about it so that they understand why did this police officer draw his weapon and shoot a guy who only had a knife. And then you have to educate them about how deadly a knife is.
Yeah.
And I think there's actually more in knife assaults versus gunshot wounds. I think there's more death from knife assaults.
Yeah. Well, shit, look in the UK.
Percentage-wise.
In the UK, they outlawed guns.
Oh,
yeah.
Violent crime actually rose by like however many %, and it was all blunt force and fucking stabbings. It was like now all of a sudden nobody's carrying guns; they're all carrying edged weapons and fucking billy clubs, like the bobbies over there.
Yeah.
Yeah, the police can't even carry guns.
Yeah, that shit blows my mind.
It's funny. I was over there. I was actually training the guards in Parliament.
No way.
They're guards. Yeah, it was a trip. It was a.
He was told me like, all right, so you're gonna have to pull this thing out
and then lay in. But because there were other police officers actually involved in the training and all that too. So I got to talk to them about all this stuff, and they have to like call. they can be taking fire, right? They have to call and have a guy show up who's licensed or whatever.
Radio, checks out, mate.
Yeah, to have a firearm to introduce into the scenario they're in. I mean, it's so
unreal.
Yeah,
unreal.
And I will tell you something else, though. One of my buddies took me on a ride through some part of London, and he said, "Ernie, I'll tell you this right now. Just pray that we don't have a flat tire." Because if we have a flat tire here, we're all dead.
We're calling AAA.
And it was I
Even AAA
I
didn't show
swear
up.
to you, it was like being in Karachi, Pakistan. It was
no shit.
It was it could have you could have if you spun me around and unblindfolded me, I would have said I'm in Pakistan. This is not. Every single sign, every single person, every single thing in there
Everything's
was
in
it's all
Farsi.
it's in Arabic and all that kind of stuff. And he said, "Yeah, we don't even come here because they'll call us in on purpose to kill us."
No way.
Well, it's weird.
And that doesn't make our news. We don't even hear about that.
No, I just saw that World War II veteran from the UK that was being interviewed and cried and was crying about the status of his country. And he's like, "This isn't what I fought for."
No.
And one of the things I've seen after Charlie Kirk being killed is this new level of British patriotism. Like finally being brought back and seeing these Crusader crosses being flown, and I'm like, "Fuck yes!"
Yeah.
Well,
I'm like, it's about fucking time.
Yeah. Here's how. This was 10 or 15 years ago. When what I'm talking about, what my buddy, that same guy,
I'm sure
said,
it hasn't gotten worse since then.
two things. Yeah.
Psych.
Zinger.
He says, Ernie, look at the flags on Parliament, because we were standing outside, and he goes, "What is it that you don't see?" Or no, he asked me. He goes, "Did you see the Union Jack flying above Parliament?" And I go, "Yeah, I think I did," because we weren't looking at it.
Right. You just assume.
I just assumed. And he goes, "No, you didn't." And I go, "No way. That's your Capitol. That's like the Capitol building here."
Yeah.
And he goes, "No, there's no Union Jack flying up there."
Because now it's racist.
Yep.
Yeah, so they're not allowed to fly their
The colonizers.
Yeah.
They're not allowed to fly their
On their
country's flag on their own
Yes.
Congress or
Whatever.
Parliament.
I guarantee they got a fucking half diamond up there full of a bunch of fucking
There's
retarded colors.
something shit going on there.
Well, it's funny too because
We can get away with a lot of it.
this literally just happened yesterday. I'm driving with the wife is driving, and I see a lady, and maybe she was just protecting her
Vision.
head cover. No, protecting her head cover from like sun exposure or something.
Yeah.
But from what I thought was a lady who was covering her hair, covering her head from like a typical Muslim, not a burqa, but she was walking a dog.
No way.
And I was like,
That don't go together.
that's what I said. Yeah. I turned to look like this, and Gabby goes, "What are you looking at?" I go, "I could have swore I just saw a Muslim lady walking a dog." And she goes, "So?" I go, "No, that's like that. That'd be like
You get shot for that shit.
I just saw a Muslim guy walking a pig. It's the same fucking shit.
Literally.
I mean, not literally, but it's even worse. But Gabby was like, "Oh," but it threw me back to one of the reels I was looking at on Instagram, and it was a place in the UK where they had and these were legit UK police people that were ticketing citizens of that area for walking their dogs in public.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
They were walking their dogs
Like
in public
Sharia law shit?
because it was
it's offensive.
offensive to Muslims that lived in the area. And I'm like, "You've got to be shitting me." I'm like, "Dude, I'd pretty much tell that dude to kiss my ass with his fucking tongue out, bro."
Yeah.
Like,
I just saw
that
a reel
is
the other
some
day.
fucked up shit.
In France, it was being essentially, for lack of
Like,
a better
imagine
term,
not being able to walk your fucking dog.
Yeah.
over my dead body in my
Yeah.
country, and you're seeking asylum.
Yeah.
But you still take vacation to the place that you're seeking asylum from.
Yeah.
Get fucked.
Yeah. That's fucked, dude.
Fuck no. Dude, I literally saw the other day on Instagram, there was a bunch of Muslims on this beach in France, and this French couple took their pig on a walk up and down the
Oh,
beach.
no way.
And it was like a 700-pound pig. Like, this is babe.
Yeah.
and they're just walking it up and
Jesus.
down, and they're just like booking
Did it part like the Red Sea?
And that's why they were just walking it up and down like a fucking mine
Yeah.
detector, just clearing Muslims
no
off the
shit.
sand.
Wow.
I'm like, you're not
Wow.
here getting a tan either.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
you're fully covered. My wife and I were just in Europe for our honeymoon, and there was a Muslim family that came down, and I was like, baby, you want to see some shit? Because my wife's from Toronto, and plenty of Muslims there.
Yeah.
And I was like, they're going to get in just like that. And she's like, no. And I'm like, uh-huh.
Yep.
Yeah.
And sure as shit, they're in there frolicking in the water with the, like, you know, the full hijab and,
Yeah.
face coverings and everything. She's like, what the fuck's the point? I'm like,
Yeah.
uh-huh.
And then you got to dry out after you get out.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's made out of denim.
Yeah.
Which is
You're
fucking
working 9
crazy,
hours.
man. Like, and I, you know, I don't want to turn this into the whole let's hate the Ernie Emerson, the Muslim hate episode. You know,
God.
They're-
New headline.
You know, it is
Oh,
fucking
I've got to
weird.
tell you, this is funny.
Ernie's like, nah, fuck that shit.
Well, I've been known.
Ernie, have some more whiskey.
Yeah.
We're just getting started.
There was, I got to tell you this little bit too, because there was a time when I was saying it was something about Navy SEALs and whatever, and I was on this one forum, and it was actually on our place on the forum, and it was funny because
Is this a gathering?
no, it was. It wasn't that website because
Okay.
those were all good guys.
Yeah.
Not all of them, but 99%.
They're a bunch of weirdos, that's for sure.
But the other place was all free for all type forum and a lot of haters and all that shit. And I remember getting into this kind of a tit for tat thing, and this one guy goes, "Oh, that fucking Ernest Emerson, all he was is a SEAL wannabe." So
I
this
get
is
that a lot. It's fine. I'm the Army guy amongst two SEALs on a podcast.
So check this out. This is my reply to the guy. I said, "What kind of man wouldn't want to be a Navy SEAL?" and it was crickets, man. No replies came back whatsoever. Yeah. I said, "You fucking A, I want to be a Navy
That's
SEAL.
funny.
I just missed the boat. That's all." But
That's
you know,
funny.
whether I could have been or not, we'll never know. But I said, "What kind of man wouldn't want to be a Navy SEAL?" And man, nobody was like,
Yeah.
nobody raised their hand. That's for
Yeah.
damn
It
sure.
was a lot easier to make that insult.
Yeah.
Right. So
Yeah.
that kind of leads
Yeah.
me into my next question of, you know, we can't redesign the wheel when it comes to knives. But I've personally noticed, and I'm not going to say them right now just because I really want to hear like your genuine answer of, you know, with Emerson and the company, the CQC 6s and the 7s and customs and things, you know, with your background and fellowship with team guys, have there been dive knives that were in production? And then also I've noticed a huge trend in the cooking knives, right? Because a pocket knife is the last thing that you want to use for defensive tactics, you know, outside of opening MREs and things like that. So I would think that the knife that you use every single day, every evening, you know, making dinner and cutting carrots and, you know, making a roast or hunting, has that kind of influenced any development?
100%. And it's funny. It seems like you got a crystal ball or something going here, because two things. First, addressing that the folding knife. There's no folding knife on earth. I don't give a shit who the hell you are or what you think you know or who you whatever. No folding knife is ever going to be as strong as a fixed blade. There's moving parts in a folding
physics.
knife. Period.
Yeah.
That's the end of the story
Yeah.
right there. If you can't understand that, then you don't know what the hell I'm talking about.
Right.
The cooking knives and all that. And again, the reason that backtrack, the reason that I went so heavily into folders is because most people aren't carrying a fixed blade. They may have it in their glove compartment or in their rucksack or whatever, or in their gear, or maybe if you're a police officer on duty, you might have it on your belt or something. But everybody carries a folding knife. So we went into it. Let's design these folding knives so that they have the ability to fill that niche, full well knowing and that they're never going to be as strong as a fixed blade, but everybody carries a folder. So we wanted to put something in people's pockets that they could depend on. Kitchen knives. We have a full line of kitchen knives that we developed about 2 or 3 years ago, but we've just been sitting on, and we're introducing them this year, coming right up for Christmas. So women or men or anybody that's looking for just a good, we've got about 5 or 6 different models that fill up what I consider to be each roll model that you'd need in your cache of kitchen knives. And so, we're going to do them. And because here's the thing, honestly, the role that a kitchen knife plays is really not that much different than that K-bar.
Yeah.
It's a knife.
I mean, that's shown in the UK.
Yeah, really. And in fact, more people are probably killed with kitchen knives than Emerson knives or K-bars or anything else.
Just an angry Latina.
Yeah.
And it's
somebody fucking pissed off at their neighbor with a harmonica. Like, fuck you, motherfucker.
I wonder who that could be.
Hold this bread knife.
Yeah. But it has to be comfortable in your hand.
Yeah.
And here's another interesting little factoid. 55,000 people a year go to the emergency from being cut on kitchen knives. Yep.
Yeah.
So when we did ours, I took a knife called the Spec War, which was...
I have one.
Yeah. That handle style.
So that is one of my favorite knives. By the way, the very tip is chipped, but it was Patrick Ma's. He only made 47 of them through you, with the orange liners and the green ones with his SPD kind of division. And it was only for employees.
Yeah.
And that's my spec.
You snagged one, right?
I got one, and like I could sell that knife for a shit ton of money right now.
Well, that handle,
chip in the tail.
We did,
I know. I got to send it back to you guys.
A chip and a tip.
Just the tip.
That handle's very comfortable, and it has a deep choil. That's another thing we developed also, which I can brag about because it's true. Folding knives like that K-bar, it's got a guard, both top guard and lower guard, like swords and other hunting knives, and some of those have. But no one had anything like that on a folding knife. So what I did was I designed the folding knife handles so it had that deep choil, because the last thing you ever want to do is, if you hit something hard,
right down your knife,
slide right up the knife. And I've seen it happen, and it's not a fun thing.
Makes
to have
me
happen.
cringe.
Yeah, it's not cool.
Yeah. You hit bone.
Oh,
something's got to give.
If you're hitting something that hard, it stops, you're still going forward. So I put that deep choil on the folders, and on almost all of our knives. Some don't, but that's our innovation also that we put on the knives for safety.
Awesome.
So on that kitchen knife, we have a deep choil, because that Spec War handle, if you know,
for those drunk Thanksgiving dads,
big time.
I said, sit the fuck down.
And I'll tell you what, a sharp kitchen knife is a sharp knife.
Yeah.
Because it's a thin blade.
I was going to say, are you using a lot thinner steel? For like,
I think it's
called the bevel.
Yeah, it's the blades are about 90-some thousandths thick. So our folding knives are 1/8, and our fixed blades go anywhere from 5/32 up to 3/16. So they're very thin, because again, they have to slice. Most of the time, that's what you're doing with it, or chopping with it.
Yeah.
And we got a cool one that came from my nephew, actually, sitting around a campfire, and one of his buddies was a cook, an Army cook, right? And he, people will take the damn your regular chef's knife, and they'll grab that blade up towards the front, and then they'll chop dice with it.
Yeah.
He said, Ernie, why don't you just take the front end of that blade and put a handle on the
top of it,
cut it in half, throw the other half away, and just take the same exact shape, and because everybody does it. So now we've got one that's called El Chapo.
Nice.
Dude, that's clutch marketing right there.
Nice.
Yeah. Pat your dad and daughter on the back for that one.
Yeah.
Or whoever
my
came up with
nephew,
it.
he said, because he always told me, he said, and he was a cook also, not in the Army, but he was a cook out in Las Vegas and all that. But he said, man, I'm always taking that fucking knife and holding it up there towards the point.
Yeah.
And he said, why don't you just make the point? and put a handle on it. So we did, and
That's
so
cool.
we got that coming out.
That's awesome.
This Christmas also.
This fall.
Yeah, it's coming right up. We just wanted to kind of unveil it because I know everybody's in a gift giving thing. And, it's a good way
That's
for somebody.
fantastic.
So.
Yeah,
Cool
I
stuff.
think I think now I know what's on my Christmas list for my wife.
I know. We'll be hitting up that website and be like, oh.
Because I'm big into the kitchen knives, and the reason why I asked the question
So
is
many
because,
people are.
I mean, I cook every day.
Yeah.
And after I got done with Blackwater and carrying a gun for a living, I was honestly really bored and trying to kind of find my way in San Diego. And one of my close friends at the time, we're not close friends anymore, but was on MasterChef, really talented. And so I worked in a kitchen in Little Italy here.
Oh, really?
And I grew up my entire life, standing on the step stool with my grandma and learning how to cook and, mixing everything. And it's just, especially, and don't take this the wrong way, but, especially in your later years, going from combat knives to kitchen knives and kind of the bonds that are built around sharing meals, and Thanksgiving and
hell yeah.
I mean, sharing meals are everything. And if that's anything that Anthony Bourdain has shown us, the value that you can put in a kitchen knife is still something that's handed down from generations to generations. And it's like a pocket knife is cool. A fixed blade is cool, but
this
something
is the knife
that
my
you
grandma
see,
used.
A little more generational.
When she was hanging the noodles over the open door in the kitchen to dry.
And now when you're teaching your kids how to do this is just such a generational homage to building family bonds.
Yeah.
And it just seemed like a natural, I guess, progression, which is
This is a good
what I was
point.
really hoping you were going to do.
I mean, we were all young stallions at one time.
Yeah, we wanted to slit
now
throats,
I've
but
been
now
put
we
out
just
to
want to break
pasture.
bread.
Yeah. I still want to break bones, but
I'm here for it if they're here.
yeah.
Hopefully someone else's, not your own.
So you were at Blackwater?
Yeah.
Okay. I helped design their hand-to-hand combat class.
Did you do
course.
that with Prince? Was it early Blackwater? Or
It was
later
early. It
Blackwater?
was Gary Jackson and Eric was there.
Because I've crossed eyes, having cocktails with Eric Prince before, and he showed up to one of my parties with Smoke Wagon, and I'm like, I'm not gonna lie, I've been to SHOT Show enough times, of hung around legends and icons, but when Prince walked in the door, I'm like, no way.
This guy's serious?
We'll get to Keith Richards in a moment too, but there was a famous writer in Rolling Stone that said, when Keith Richards walks through the door, rock and roll has entered the room.
Yeah.
And it's that same thing you're describing.
I mean,
there.
it blends into the Liberty Risk.
These guys.
Logo and all that stuff. And then Dave
that
Hansen.
one too, yeah.
How is Dave Hansen related to Keith Richards? He's his nephew.
Is he?
No way.
Yeah, I think Dave Hansen.
I'm a big Rolling Stones fan,
Would that
so
be
that's
like
why
a great nephew?
Dave's got some age on him.
Maybe not.
But no, I know that he's in the family because Electric Mud opened up for the fucking Rolling Stones in San Diego.
No shit.
Which is Dave Hansen's brother.
I'll be down.
Brother?
One brother or two brothers?
One of his brothers.
At least
but
one.
He's in Electric Mud.
Yeah.
They opened up for Rolling Stones.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
I'm
that's
like,
cool.
no way.
Yeah.
So let me tell you my Rolling. Well,
I want to hear this.
I never met Eric personally, but I was there with Gary and all this and that, and did some fun stuff while we were there, developing some of their stuff that they were doing, and it's just, and again, let me just say this for the record: there's been a huge misrepresentation put out to the public about Blackwater, and I'm telling you right now, Obama was responsible for most of it because he hated Blackwater, and it wasn't mall cops.
Yeah.
Okay, these were top tier operators from every branch of the service, and the training that they had to undergo to qualify to be deployed downrange by Blackwater was even above some of the training that they'd received in the military
My
service.
sniper school at Blackwater was harder than my Army sniper school, hands down. The standards were higher.
Yep.
The fail pass rate was so much tougher.
And you know what? Those guys they came to the rescue a lot of times because they were not bound by a lot of the same restraints about where they could be at any given time. And a lot of guys that got into trouble or a jam, it was Blackwater guys and Little Birds and everything that came in and helped them get the fuck out of that situation. And none of that is...
Travis Haley.
Yeah, none of that shit is...
We could.
No one knows that except guys that were there.
Right.
We could literally drop names for a solid minute of dudes, that are, I don't know the story. I think it's Nazaria where they fucking kicking out ammo boxes off the Little Birds.
Yep.
To give them supply.
Right on top of the roof.
Yeah.
Yeah.
During an overrun.
And they're just, dudes are they're just sacking up fucking bodies like fucking cordwood, dude. Just like keep shooting, keep up. More bullets.
Yep.
You guys want any water? No, fuck you. More bullets.
Yeah. Actually, put it on the barrel.
MREs?
gotta close down.
We don't need MREs or water. Just more ammo crates,
So my Keith Richards story, this is funny. And I'll just throw it in because I made some knives for Keith Richards also, which are...
That's awesome.
For me, it was like, that's one of my top...
The grills.
Top
You went
things.
all out.
Yeah.
So I was telling this story to my friend, and he said, Ernie, I got a Keith Richards story that's going to blow your socks off. I said, okay, go ahead. And his family owned the oldest knife store in the city of Los Angeles. And he said one day he was at the store by himself, and it was his dad's, family thing. And he was there, and he saw a bunch of people kind of outside through the door, glass doors like you guys have here. And they were milling around, and all of a sudden the door opened up and this gal came in. She goes, I was wondering if we might be able to ask you a big favor. And he goes, what's that? And she goes, do you think we could put the close sign on and shut the store down for maybe an hour? Because we got a special client that would like to come in and do some private shopping and all that. And he goes, well, I don't know. It's my dad's business and we got to sell knives. And she goes, well, it's Keith Richards. And he goes, no way. And she goes, yeah, it's Keith
I hate Guns N' Roses.
Yeah.
Fuck this shit.
So he said, hell yeah, right? So they come in.
That's awesome.
And he's there and they're there and a couple people in the entourage are there and all that. And he said, Keith is looking at the display cases and he goes, well, I'll take all of those.
No way.
And I'll take all of those down there too. I'll take all of them. He's a knife fanatic, right?
Dude, that is
and
fucking
so,
killer.
How OG Bruce.
He's going to take all those knives and he pulls out a credit card and he hands it to my buddy. And my buddy runs the card. It's one of these black kind of...
Black Amex?
Just black,
Yeah.
And he runs the card and he's like,
a knife.
oh shit, it's declined. So he's like, Mr. Richards, the card...
You ain't got no money, bitch.
The card ain't going through. And the gal that was with him was his personal assistant. And she goes, oh, Christ, this is... She goes, don't worry about it. This is normal. So...
Let me make a phone call.
That's exactly what happened. So she said, call the credit card company on the card. So he calls, and the guy goes, wait a minute. Is he there right now? And he goes, yeah, it's Keith Richards. He goes, really? Is it really Keith Richards? He's standing right there in front of you with the card?
Hey, cunt.
He goes, yeah, it's really him. And he goes, go ahead. We'll run the card again. Whatever it is, we'll make it good. He goes, but you got to keep the card. You can't give it back to him, and you have to cut it in half. No bullshit. So now he's going, God, now I got to tell him I got to keep his card and I got to cut it in half, right?
I'll be like, yeah, I'll do that.
And of course,
Fuck you.
Keith is standing there by now. He's always had a bottle of vodka, right? This was when he was in his hell raising days and all that.
Jesus
So
Christ.
he's like, fuck it, keep the fucking card in him, whatever. So he cuts it up and he throws it in the trash. And he said, then they spent the next hour drinking vodka and smoking cigars, right? So
Dude, I would have taken that card and hung it on the fucking wall or something, dude.
But there's more.
Oh,
Taking
shit.
Emerson and
So so they leave and he's standing there and he goes, shit, I have Keith Richards' credit card. So he gets in the trash, puts it up. Now it's on the wall and they tape together. So it's Keith Richards' card and it's on the wall, just like you were saying.
There you go.
But I thought that was that's a cool
Get a set
story.
of those, what are those shears? Those
the sheet metal shears.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Fucking
No,
put
you
the
know what I
card
would
in
do is-
there.
Oh, yeah,
you know.
yeah. Make
I'm
a,
thinking artistic way, make it
oh,
cool,
man.
but
So
I
you're
mean,
an artist, huh? That's
no,
cool.
No, not really.
No, I would melt it down and like take the. I can probably assume it's a metal card, depending on how long ago it was.
Don't know.
But either way, like make bolsters out of it or something, or just like cut
Well,
out
dude,
the Keith
that'd be
Richards
fucking
part.
rad.
Leave
too.
the name on it.
Yeah, put it inside like an epoxy
Put a nice
handle.
liner. Put a nice liner with a fucking.
That's a $20,000
You like
knife.
There you
flip
go.
the knife
Yeah.
open, you see Keith Richards and fucking other size Amex or whatever the fuck. You're like,
What's that code
Nice
called?
liner.
The CV
This-
code?
Yeah.
I want a
CV.
CV code in that thing.
that'd be rad.
Yeah, there's a lot of it's funny because there's a lot of rock, country too, man. We've done everything from Sturgill Simpson to
Sturgill's the fucking
everybody.
man.
I know he is. He's
Oh
a cool
my God,
cat.
he's the man.
But
What'd you make for him? Or can you even say?
Well, we sent. Actually, they were commanders.
He is a fucking legit dude.
Yeah,
He's
they
a
were
G.
they were
Like, he literally
commanders.
did this to Nashville
Yeah.
and like the entire
Yeah.
world, and he's like, I'm gonna do me.
Yeah.
He doesn't abide by anybody's
Yeah.
constructs or anything.
That and outlaw country is one of my favorite genres too.
Cody Jinks.
Yeah. Oh,
Sturgill.
yeah.
Yep.
God. Anyway, but I'm
like we
also
should
a
be
rock
playing
and
some
roll.
music in the background. Like,
We've made
Actually,
knives.
I'll open it up to this.
Jamie Johnson, former Marine. We've made knives for those guys, him and his band. A lot of the guys, Willie Nelson, the whole 9 yards. Willie, yeah. They said we don't know if we want to give it to him because he might end up cutting himself, and it might put an end to his career.
I would have
'cause-
done like a hemp micarta.
yeah,
On that handle.
really. But it's,
yeah, dude.
and then the rock world, there's a lot of guys in the country world. They're a little bit more upfront about their political views, so to speak.
Yeah.
But in the rock world, they have to walk that line of like, well, I've got my public persona, but I'm a motherfucking conservative, and I shoot guns, and I have machine guns, and I got
I
knives,
shoot beer and drink guns.
big time, yeah. But there's we've made a lot of knives for a lot of really super well-known rock stars that we keep kind of in our back pocket. But Keith he didn't give a shit, but he's a knife collector guy, and
that is
he's
awesome.
got some of our knives and all that too.
Do you think it's time to, I know, especially in our generation of the military, the whole, silent professional, kind of thing. And I feel like that's what you've embodied as a knife maker and the people that you surrounded yourself by and worked with and helped co-develop with. Do you think now it's kind of time to where you've been so humble about it, but now let's, maybe lean into the pride factor of, selling knives to Keith Richards or making custom knives for country music artists?
I don't think Emerson Knives wants to side themselves with pride. I'm just
American pride, baby.
American pride?
Just
yeah.
fucking around. Just fucking around.
Yeah, it's just that. See, the thing is, we never assigned that this would be a valuable asset. In other words, we didn't look at it like that. Even down the road, it was just, my wife's named Mary. Oh, Mary, this is so fucking cool.
Yeah.
Check this out, Sturgill or somebody or whoever has got our knives, And but we just never, we've never really published any pictures because the guys will send us pictures of holding the knife. and all
Yeah.
that. I will tell you one I've got. This is an interesting story too. Christopher Lee, Dracula.
Sauron.
Dude,
Sauron.
that dude has a fucking storied history. I mean,
He was
SAS.
a plank owner
Yeah.
of 22nd SDS.
Yeah.
A plank owner.
a plank owner. Yeah.
Big time. And
Damn.
so when he was Dracula or Sauron, he wasn't even acting. That was
Yeah.
him.
I
Yeah.
didn't know he was a plank owner.
Well,
Oh,
dude,
yes.
the only guy,
Yep.
and he played, Sauron on fucking the Lord of the Rings. He's the only motherfucker. He's like, I met fucking, Tolkien or,
Oh, yeah.
R.L. Tolkien.
J.R.R. Tolkien, yeah.
he's like, yeah, I actually talked to the fucking guy, So in terms of everybody who's, made movies and, but yeah, Christopher
Lee.
Christopher Lee, he's fucking
was
played
the
a
real deal.
million fucking people, and he was a fucking G back in
Yeah.
World War II. It was like,
That's
You know-
unreal.
just stacking fucking bodies,
One of my
Well, maybe not
buddies.
stacking bodies, but like
Yeah.
he was a fucking basically
He was a
spy,
raider.
you know,
Yeah.
like in the later time, because wasn't a lot of the James Bond shit kind of based on him?
I believe there was some stuff because I had a friend who was a super good friend of his, and he did mention that some of that stuff made it into books. He didn't tell me.
The guy that wrote all the James Bond,
Ian Fleming. He was
Ian
a spy.
Fleming. I
He
thought
worked for-
Ian Fleming and Christopher Lee were related or some shit.
Don't know about
All
that
right,
one.
I gotta look this shit up.
So
We need a Jamie here.
yeah, so check this out.
Pull it up, Jamie.
My friend was telling me a story about him and Christopher Lee. They went into the, I guess we'll just call it the clubhouse of the SAS. It was their main bar place where they go.
The watering hole.
Yeah, they got all their stuff up on the walls and all that. And they had a wall with had all these well-known like people that were members of the SAS or affiliated with them. And he told me that he was standing there and they were looking at the wall, and some other guy came up and he said there's David Niven. His picture was on the wall. And he made a comment about, I don't think David Niven pulled it off too well playing the British commander of so-and-so in, the...
Ian Fleming's his cousin.
Oh, was he? Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
So he said, I don't think he pulled that part off too well, being a British officer in the Guns of Navarone or whatever the movie was. And my friend said from behind him, this booming fucking voice opens up and it goes, "Sir, I'll have you know." David Niven spent 3 of his 4 years in service posing as a German officer. And his German was so fluent that they thought he was a Prussian officer. And so when he walked into the room, everybody in that room snapped to. And he goes, "That's Sir David Niven that you're talking about." And he goes, "And I know him well." And he said, "I will stand toe-to-toe with you if you ever make another disparaging comment about my friend."
Holy
and I'm
fuck.
like, dude, that was awesome. That was Christopher Lee.
Unreal.
But David Niven, he was the twitchy guy with the little mustache thing. And I mean, he had some balls of steel. Think about that.
Yeah.
He spent his time behind the lines, posing as a German officer in these different operations that they were pulling off.
Unreal.
And I'm like, dude, I never would have thought.
Yeah. So let's take a quick
insane,
break. And then when we come back, I would love to discuss the future of Emerson Knives, your, God, what do I even call it? Your legacy.
Yeah,
and kind of the future plans, what you guys have going on, and what we're going to see from you.
Cool.
It's got some good pictures of that thing all bloodied up.
Yeah.
and-
Yeah.
Doing
but
its thing.
The thing is, I mean, I told, we kind of had like locals there, but like where I was in Colorado is like right next to the 4 Points or Four Corners.
Yeah.
And that fucking place is like Yellowstone. Like there's land disagreements. There's errant 30-06 or 300 Win Max shots through a trailer. You know, and
Just a
like,
warning
it's
shot.
nuts.
Get on my land, Yankee! You're like, God damn. What?
It is insane. But I told him, he's like, you ever shot an elk? I'm like, no, I haven't, man. He's like, what have you hunted? And I'm like, dudes, people. And he's like, I'm like, so
Where do we go with this conversation?
well, so when I shot my elk this year a couple weeks ago, I went through a whole class on skinning, and you know, kind of that good old boy thing, and you know, taking a bite out of the heart, being Simba'd, and then like pushing the guts back, and then I had to pressure wash the brain out of there after boiling it. I'm like, Jesus Christ,
It's a lot of work.
yeah, it's a shit ton of work, but you know, I
Did you
came
say
home with
was it a
bugle?
Yeah,
the bugler,
the
the tooth?
ivories.
Oh, yeah.
And so
They have like canines almost.
Yeah, they have ivory teeth,
and that's
supposedly.
apparently how they like make their call. And so here's a super cool thing about it is my grandpa was my father. Essentially, he raised me because my dad was a 1%er in the motorcycle gangs, and never there.
Yeah,
always in and out
on the road. Yeah,
just a dirtbag. But my grandpa
Better
was,
now though.
No, my dad's actually in prison again because he was
Oh
running
shit! I
drugs for
thought
the
I met
cartel.
your dad.
No, well, that's my stepdad. But
Oh, shit.
I mean, he is thank you.
All right, well, fuck that guy then.
Thanks, Eric. But no, my mom actually sent me a link the other day from A&E. And by the other day, I mean like probably 9 months ago. Of my dad made an episode in A&E where he was living down in Mexico and running drugs for the cartel, and shit ton of meth and all that stuff. And so now he's in like South Dakota State Penitentiary again. But what I was getting at is my grandpa was the former, I think, head exec or CEO of Vaughn's Dairy.
Oh, yeah.
So big ice cream guy, master's degrees, served in the military.
Yep.
Nice.
Just an impeccable guy. And he was a founding member of the Elks Lodge.
Oh, no way.
And so when you get, I think, Grandmaster or something like that, you get one of those Elks tooth.
Dude, that's cool.
And it has like his BPOE and like his member number and all that stuff. And one of the few things I have for my grandpa after his passing was that pendant, that gold pendant. And so I put it on my knife and put it on there for my first elk. And
That's
then my
rad,
first
dude.
Oh, that's cool.
And like, it gives me chills now just thinking about it because I'm like, yep. Like he'd be proud.
He's
Full
watching.
circle, man.
Yeah.
Full circle.
He'd be absolutely
That's
proud. Now I
fucking
want to
awesome.
do like both like in tandem and all that stuff.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's rad.
Yeah, I was just going back. Like I've never skinned an animal before. Like I didn't skin my kills.
Yeah.
You know, so I'm just
Ones
sitting
we
there
talk
like a
about
student.
anyway.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Like,
I think, yeah.
you be scouts.
Vito's not here. But it was
bro.
such a learning lesson, and I'll never forget. Like, you know, after I dropped it, I literally had this like tree hugger moment where I just like laid down on top of this like massive 1,100 pound creature, and I was like, "Thank you."
Oh,
Yeah,
people have no
dude.
idea unless you've been next to an elk about how they're as big as a
dude.
horse.
Yeah, dude,
And
like it was
taller,
mind blowing.
actually.
Dude.
Yeah.
It's such a beautiful animal.
Anybody that's ever seen a fucking moose, you will fucking literally piss yourself.
You know, they're funny because their legs are like
Yeah,
this
they're
high,
bigger
and then
than
they
this-
got this body.
Yeah.
It's like a Star Wars looking
it's like
thing.
if you're driving a Honda Civic in Canada and you go under this thing, like,
Dude.
you might be all right.
They're fucking mad.
Yeah.
First time I ever saw a fucking moose in the wild, I was like, and it was like a little. It was a male. It was a bull. It didn't even have like a full like.
Right.
It wasn't like.
Yeah.
I mean, he
Yeah.
had like a little rack. Dude, its back was like
Oh yeah.
taller than that fucking dildo right there.
That's actually.
Did you see the dildo?
I see it now.
So
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
He's like, all right. How do we change the subject here?
well, it's funny because on our property, my daughter's property, adjacent to ours, there's a herd of about 300 elk up there.
no way.
Yeah, and
Where at?
it's in just south of Castle Rock. I mean, south of Castle Rock.
Colorado.
Oh, Colorado.
Yeah, Colorado.
Okay, I was
Yeah.
stationed in Colorado Springs for years and years.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
All right.
I know it well.
Yep. And every once in a while, there'll be guys out there. We'll hear this boom, and ATV will come rolling out,
Yep.
and they'll skin and take one of those elk down. But they're magnificent animal, and
Yeah.
we hear
They
their
taste
their
delicious,
bugling
too.
all the time.
Oh my God.
And but they are hell on fences, man. I'll tell you, they'll just
I heard.
crush it. Yeah. So we got to always be fixing all the fences and all that because we got cattle and stuff. Not a herd, just a few for us to butcher and process. But there's elk and a lot of elk in Colorado. I mean,
So what I would love to hear is like what percentage of your business is what, right? Like you have your CQCs, you have your combat knives, which is how you originally got started. Now you're jumping into the kitchen world a little bit, but then there's hunting and skinning knives.
Yeah.
And then there's EDCs.
The pie, if you divide it up into a pie chart, I'd say probably, what do you think, Lucas? 60% of our stuff is still tactical.
Yeah.
Or at
Like
least
tactical
that's
fair.
folders.
Yeah. And maybe 20% or so EDC, kind of what I call gentleman's folders, but they're still fully capable of, poking a hole in something. And then we split that further into maybe 10% of the hunting knives, because I've really never pushed it. And the kitchen knives right now is 0 just because we haven't
released
haven't even really done
Soon
them
to
yet.
launch.
Yeah, but the hunting knives, it's an interesting thing because again, if you, I've gone back and actually used some basis for some of those designs, some of the knives from the buffalo skinners and the guys that were the market hunters back in the 1800s and the 1700s and 1800s, because think about it, those guys, they skinned animals all day long.
Yeah.
And so they knew what that knife, and the interesting thing too is they didn't have 22 different knives. A guy had a knife that was the knife.
The knife.
And it had to be one that would do the caping or skinning.
And
or
one that you could sharpen on site too.
You could sharpen on site.
Yeah.
And it was also made of W1 or W2 type steel. But those designs, again, they're proven through history to be the most efficient types of knives. And so a couple of our hunters have those type of throwback kind of basis for the designs of the blade and stuff like that. And of course, then I've made the regular, we have one called the Appalachian that's got a nice skinning knife for deer, because I'm from deer country, believe me. And so everybody had a deer, we call them deer knives. They weren't even called hunting knives, basically. It's got your deer knife with you. And so those were a little bit more thinner up to a point type knife, kind of like the buck fixed blade. That
like a paring knife.
That a lot of guys use as their hunting knife.
Yeah.
And so we're working on that, but I still keep falling back into the tactical stuff because, again, as much as I love the hunting knives, and it's funny too, because I keep telling the kids, I've got legitimately over 2,000 knife designs. If you can believe that, it's true.
I believe it.
That are on the books, cataloged in alphabetical order for names, so that if I were to run out here and get struck by a car, they would still have Ernest Emerson designs for 50, 60 years if they wanted to do it.
That's awesome. I mean, and kudos to you for doing something like that, because I'm a lazy fucking piece of shit, man. Like,
it's what I do.
Build one knife and be like, I'd be like, one knife. We sold 300 of them. Like, shit. I'm like, this is great.
But what's cool is you mentioned my son and where his part is. My knives kind of have a look to them that, and I've had guys tell me, they go, Ernie, I can tell one of your knives from across the fucking room.
Yeah.
I know it's your
Black
design.
box.
Yeah. Lucas now interjecting his designs and things. It's funny because it's like a brand new breath of fresh air.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Coming from,
good on you, Lucas.
Thank you.
You know, someone it's his designs.
Yeah.
It isn't a copy of my designs or things like that. And they're different enough that they are not like, it doesn't look like one you designed. I know it's not. It's one my son designed. And so it's a cool thing because it's adding fresh fuel to that.
So how crazy is it to see? I know when I do shit with I have twin boys that do shit all the time, and when my boys get kudos for stuff, I'm like, God damn, dude. Even though I probably didn't have anything to do with what they're, I'm sure you get a lot of like just overflow of
that
emotion.
Feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
I mean, especially he's stepping into some very, very, very big boots to fill.
Yeah.
Like,
do you feel any pressure by that?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's pressure.
But you are getting kind of thrown into the position of like, right, if you didn't have your last name attached to your blades, do you still think that they would fetch what they're fetching or have like the pedigree or respect? Because like there's kind of that tandem, right? It's like, yeah, it's big shoes to fill, but also you come with the Emerson name.
Yeah, I think the legacy aspect is probably a huge selling point. I would hope that I would have some sellability if I didn't have that legacy attached to it. I love what I do though, so I think regardless, I'd still have fun.
Lucas, what's your not necessarily your day to day, but when you roll in and you I don't know if you're in production mode all the time, like you're developing folders or whatever. Like how's that evolve into like from full stop to what you're doing? If that makes any sense?
No, that doesn't make any sense.
Well, yeah.
Could you be a little more clear on that?
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Ho-Chuck is that, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Ernie.
Usually I'm working full time on the production stuff, so
I wouldn't think you'd be traveling. I would think you'd be in the shop going, "Hey, we're going to develop this. You're going to build this, and you're going to go into production." But you don't do that every single day.
No,
obviously.
No.
So I'm sure you're into some type of thanks, dickhead.
It's still not being real clear.
No, but if you're developing a new blade, and all of your blades typically are like coming from a custom mode,
yeah.
you're taking people's input and going, hey, I want this. Is that developed off of stuff that he already has kind of in production, and you're taking say a folder and going, hey, I want an orange liner, or I want different scales, or I want this Cerakote, or I want this engraved, or I want this.
I think what Kevin's asking is like, are you modernizing the brand at all, or are you leaning on heritage?
I'd say in some regards, yeah, I am. I'm a new generation, so I'm always looking at the new stuff on the market. But I'm also checking myself and saying, well, is this really necessary, or is this just a market trend? And I gotta be able to, differentiate between those two things. And I think the legacy part of it is probably the biggest part of my design and engineering. I think there's a kind of magic to it that you can't really encapsulate with, I don't know how to word it.
Let me word it for you. No, just kidding.
No, please.
So do you think that the heritage is potentially limiting, right? Because there's the new latest and greatest and the trends, but at the same time, like, this isn't a car and it's not an engine, right? Like, the brass tacks at the end of the day, they were taking a sharp rock and skinning a deer, right? So it's not like you have to redesign, but like, is there certain principles or patents or like niches about the Emerson designs that now you can modernize?
Definitely. Obviously the wave is that's a very recognizable portion of our brand, and one of my designs so far has the wave in it, and it wouldn't work without it, frankly. But it's my MX200, which is the Kukri, the Napoleonese design.
That's a folder?
Yeah, that's a folder. I actually have one right here.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
And
shit.
it comes out right away.
The wave whipped out. I pulled it out of my pocket.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one's been used a little bit.
With tape.
Yeah, I open boxes.
All our box knives have tape on it for some reason. I don't get
I
it.
can always tell. One of the things that was kind of mind blowing to me is, how many boxes we cut and how, I guess, how cardboard will trash an edge.
Oh, yeah.
Very abrasive.
It's pretty abrasive.
Yeah.
So I love the belly on this thing. And I don't know if that's...
What is it actually called, Ernie?
I don't fucking know. What's it called,
The
Ernie?
belly.
Is it called the belly?
Yeah, that's a recurve, but that's a Kukri influenced design.
And then you have this part, the
choil.
Just choil. So, I mean, like you were talking before, and I mean, I don't want to get into the whole recreate the wheel, but like what you're saying is like you're fucking in.
Yeah.
You got that little bit of...
It's a little stop.
Not even a little. It's a fucking big stop.
Yeah.
But dude, that is a fucking dope knife, man.
Thank you.
Well, you know what? I got to say this. His knives they're legit.
You wouldn't be the first.
They're legit designs. There's no, they're there's no fluff about them, and that's one thing I'm super pleased with. Is I know there's a lot of pressure, maybe self-imposed, to stand alone and stand out, which is cool. And he's done it at all the designs that he's done, and I'm really proud that he's able to do that and not be just, this is my version of a similar type knife that my dad.
Well, the scales are cool too. Is that a different proprietary? Because I noticed they're not as.
It's kind of like the Spec War kind of scales.
Yeah.
Where I was going to say before with like the CQCs, they were a lot more boxy.
They're not as skateboardy
and not beveled, on the sides.
Yep. We have a couple different variations. Obviously, we have our standard G10. This one I keep because it doesn't ruin these soft pants.
Yeah.
It's called Rich Light. It's like a paper.
Jeans.
The pants are called Rich Light.
No.
I get it.
Yeah, we play around with a different group of materials, and I thought it is funny because sometimes people will come up to me and they'll say, I can see your dad's philosophy in your knives, but they're different.
Yeah.
They don't look, they're the same, but they're not. And
that's admirable.
Yeah.
That's very cool.
We don't want to rinse and repeat.
Like, I don't pay attention to it because I get a paper out and I start drawing on it, you know? So I don't have a bunch of reference images up all around me.
No, but you've probably seen enough fucking shit in your head
it's already
everything. It's subliminal going.
It's an intuitive understanding.
Boom, 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 boom. You're like, oh, I'm gonna draw, and I'm gonna make a point here, and I'm gonna do shit. No, that's Tonto. I'm like, throw it away. I'm gonna do shit. That's a fuck.
Pretty much.
Yeah. So you've had enough exposure in the industry with him to where it's actually pretty cool, though, to where you're able to at least come on board and develop your own style to where, people, obviously, they're going to see your
influence
in it. Yeah. And to where it's still yours, that's cool.
Well, he's got a grasp on the tool thing, too. That's the important part.
Practicality
that I look at.
First and foremost.
Like I was going to say, they're legit knife designs. I mean, not just something somebody. I always call them graphic artist knives
or the fidget spinner.
Because guys, I think anybody can pretty much draw a knife and quote unquote it'd be a knife design, but there's a difference between knowing kind of what it's going to be in reality, and he's got that. The tool influence, I guess, is one thing that has, I guess, come through.
I hope so.
As our and here's a funny thing too is my wife, we had there's the big show every year in Atlanta. It's the industry's show called the Blade Show. And
Smitty always goes to that.
Everybody goes to the Blade Show. And so for this year's Blade Show, I pounded on my wife and daughters. I said, you guys, you always told me you want to design a knife or do a knife and all that. I said, you get me a damn design, do a design. It's like pulling teeth, right? So but this year I said, let's introduce them down at that Blade Show. So this year we had the Emerson family knives, and I made a knife. Lucas brought one of his knives, and then my wife had two fucking cool designs that she did, and then my daughter Megan did her design, and my daughter Rachel did her design, and they're all really. I'm not just a proud dad. Believe me, if it was not good, I would have told them this ain't gonna work. Don't do this.
Hit the drawing board again.
Get this shit straightened out. They were all really legit good designs. So it's a trip because they must have just by osmosis, But again, think about it. When we were going to the shows, my wife and I, they were under the tablecloth untying people's tennis shoes as they were standing in front of the booth. So they've been in the game by hook or crook or by whatever since they were able to walk.
Seeing enough stuff, they're
I think the same thing is taking place.
Seeing enough stuff that works in shows or not in shows, but seeing enough stuff that's like, you know.
So here's a question, and because of Patrick Ma, I grew up in the knife world, especially like post separation from the military. I've been to the Gathering, I've been to Blade, I've been to Shot, both of them numerous times. Oh man, there's so many different questions I have. But first, what are your two preferred blade styles and preferred steels?
Well, I'll tell you my actual preferred blade style, because
what does Ernie Emerson carry in his pocket? That's what I want to fucking know.
I blow sometimes with the wind. Sometimes I'm in a mood or whatever. But I've always liked the Bowie knife, and so this one is called the All American, and it is a Bowie knife by my definition of the Bowie style blade.
By standard.
Yeah, and I've loved the Bowie knives, and I think that's just part of a historical thing, and maybe growing up and seeing those kind of knives when I was a young kid, or watching Daniel Boone on Disney Channel. But I still have a fondness for the Tanto, because I'm a Japanese
they're just a bitch
sword guy.
Hey,
yeah, they can be. They can be, yeah. But and my favorite steel right now, honestly, it's still the 154, and I'll tell you why. I'm a loyalist.
Yeah.
And when Crucible came to me and another individual, guy named Tony Marfione, who owns Microtech, they came to him and me at kind of the same time and said, if we make a sheet steel, because at that time the 154 came in like bar stock, real thick, and you'd have tons of wasted material trying to get it down to the
tons.
Yeah, literally tons. And they came to us and said, if we made sheet 154 steel, would you guys, because that allows us to put it on a laser and cut parts out, or a wad jet or whatever, would you guys use the steel? And I said, hell yeah, I love the 154 steel. And so
do you guys water jet all your stuff, or
we laser cut it?
Oh, okay. Because you probably said that.
Yeah, it's but the thing about it is, they came to me and asked me, and I said yes, I'll do it. And I'm not loyal to a fault of something being incorrect or wrong. It's legit combat steel. Period.
Yeah.
And so I still prefer the 154, because I don't.
154 CPM, right?
154 CM, which is a little different. That's particle metal. That's the P in the CPM.
Okay. I'm not a metallurgist
at all,
but
it gets complicated. I don't even know the names of all the new stuff that's going on. But it, to me, is a steel that I can sharpen anytime, any place, and I'm not going to break it. We only take them up to. I was wrong when I said about the K-bar. It isn't 47. It's like 57 to 59 Rockwell. It's maybe 55 to 57. So it's softer, so it won't break. I only take the steel to 57, 59 for the exact same reason. It's a little more complicated steel, so it has a little bit more ductility, and so it won't break very easy. But I'm telling you, the S35s, for guys that are skinning animals, that's tough steel to beat, man. I've had guys tell me, we've made several knives, or we use it once in a while, kind of as a special deal. That, man, Ernie, I skinned 2 boar, and I didn't have to sharpen a damn knife, and that's crazy.
That's what I was talking about with skinning this elk. Is these guys are naturals about it, and they probably do 20 elks a year.
Yeah.
And my one knife that was S35V, they just. Give me that.
Let me have that knife.
Give me that knife.
Yeah.
Give me the sharp one.
Yeah, because the other ones, like, they were just keep on, and they were bitching about having to resharpen their knives.
Yeah.
And with the CM that you were talking about, the 154?
154 CM.
Is drastically different than the S35. And so for the listeners, Pretty much the breakdown of steels is the carbon rating, and correct me if I'm wrong. And the higher the carbon rating, the more brittle the blade, but also the harder to sharpen, but also the largest edge retention. Mm-hmm. And then when you talk with the softer metals, you can get it insanely sharp, but you're going to have to resharpen it. And so then it just kind of depends on like what is the use.
It's a marriage, yeah. And again, the knife that I would make for a guy who is one guy that, for example, he said, Ernie, I cut the DOT numbers off tires for the state. I mean, so he's cutting into tires.
He's cutting rubber.
Yeah, and he said that 154 works better than any other kind of knife I've ever had. So again, it kind of depends on what. For a skinning knife, honest, I'd go with the S35. I just think it's a great steel. Now, there's other things that factor into that. A hunting knife is going to be a higher bevel, thinner, because you really got to be you've got to be cutting, as opposed to like this knife, which the bevel only goes up about 5/8 of an inch on each side. But this is a utility knife, so I'm doing everything from,
What are your thoughts on serration versus full on blade versus?
I think that boils down to rope.
I don't think I've ever used serrations.
Well, the serrations again are
user specific.
They're for people that don't sharpen their knives.
They're also a bitch to sharpen.
Yeah, and they are a bitch to sharpen.
Here and there with a little diamond fucking triangle.
Having said that, they'll cut through wet nylon webbing and everything. Jugulars. Yeah. Well, there's another story we can tell too, because
let's do it.
Yeah, but because think about this: you take this blade, and it's basically that long. If you straighten that out, it probably, if this was a straight line,
5 inches.
Yeah, it comes out. It's 4.5, under 5.
Hey, every centimeter matters.
That's what my wife says.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey.
That's every bit of 8 inches.
But if you take
Lucas
a serrated,
isn't even laughing. Lucas is like, what?
He's like, oh, fuck.
Fuck you guys.
So you take a serrated knife, and the edge on that blade goes up and down and up and down. So if you stretch that out into a straight line, now you got an edge that's about that long.
I didn't think about that.
Yeah.
Now you do have 8 inches.
Yeah. Well, you got to pull on it real hard.
Just tell your wife it's serrated.
Yeah. It's okay, babe. Just it's a serrated foreskin.
Oh man, never thought we'd go there.
Sorry. Shit.
Oh God Almighty.
All right, carry on.
But anyway, and with it kind of being a sawtooth thing, it puts a lot of pressure on those points. So when you're horsing through something, it cuts pretty good. So, but again, it's really, if you keep your knife sharp, like we all should, like we all learned as a Boy Scout, it should still cut all that good stuff too. So, it's cleaner. It's a cleaner look. I got to admit that. It's like,
for sure.
It's just a cleaner look.
It's also when you were talking about the field maintenance and care, like
how are you going to sharpen
stone, you're not going to sharpen that unless you have a 90-degree angle, maybe.
Yeah.
And actually, hopefully you don't have a 90-degree angle.
Yeah. It ain't going to look the same.
It needs to be a 70-degree angle.
Yeah.
That makes complete sense.
But as far as the steels, like, me grabbing the knife as I run out the door, it'd probably be the 154. But if I was going hunting, I'd equip myself with an S35 because they cut and they cut and they cut.
What about you? What's your favorite blade style and steel?
Steel's 154. That's I know it works. All the knives I have are 154, so I don't know why I would trade it for anything else. Blade styles, I think I lean more toward a Tonto.
Yeah.
I don't know, something about the look, but in terms of practicality, probably a recurve would be my preferred.
Yeah, that full belly.
I was expecting like a drop point or a spear point or something.
They're not bad. They're not bad.
I mean, they're purpose driven, right?
Yeah, definitely. But I'm not out hunting every day.
The Tonto looks fucking tough as fuck, though.
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard to.
It's got to look.
It's got to look to it.
Yeah, Tontos are rad, and that was the preferred I know from like all the times we'd order knives. Well, purposely order knives in the teams, and I got so many freaking. Well, I'm gonna say I got so many knives. I've given away too many knives, probably.
That was the best gift ever. Was that blade?
Yeah. Oh, this one.
Yeah,
that one.
thank you.
Yeah, but I've given away. That was the thing that was fucked up when I was in the SEAL teams. I had my body armor. It had this little shitty like knife because people would always go, "Hey, what kind of knife you carry?" I'm like, honestly, I would have my Emerson in my pocket because I knew it was always going to work. But at the same time, if I knew I was wearing my body armor and shit, and I had to cut open MREs and bullshit, it was this little stupid fucking knife. It was like, it was a folder like this long, and I could stick it in the molly webbing, and I would always open up MREs and shit with it. But that was the thing. People would always be like, "What kind of knife you carry?" I'm like, dude, man, if it gets to a point where I have to fucking pull a knife out to fucking kill somebody in a war zone,
I'm screwed,
like, man,
yeah.
I am fucked.
Yeah, you're going to the brig like,
yeah, no shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, like any of my cool knives that I bought, like say from Half Face, and like all my custom stuff, I bought, a handful of knives for my boy. I have twins that are, they're in Boy Scouts, and they're like, they want to look cool cutting fucking
foreskin.
It ain't like they're out skinning. They're cutting rope at fucking Boy Scout camp. Like, hey, let me see that knife, kid. Like, what's that made of? Like, oh, it's my dad's camouflage uniform he wore in fucking Iraq for 5 tours. They're like,
how sick is that though?
Here you go. Like,
Yeah.
maybe not use that knife anymore, kid. But. Custom knives are a whole nother animal,
Well, so that's one of the things that there's a Southern California knife maker when I was at the gathering in Vegas. I won't say when or what time. However, there is a ranger scroll in his arm, and he was boasting about being a ranger. And I asked him what battalion he was in and where he was stationed, and the battalion and
7th,
the being stationed didn't match up. And do you know who I'm talking about?
I believe I do.
Mm-hmm. And so, and that's just kind of like another one of these facets that I learned by going to the gathering, which for the listeners, the gathering's hard to explain. Actually, I think that you can probably better explain it.
Well, it was actually it was formed
on a forum.
Yeah, because a guy who I butted heads with, and there's more to the story. There's part of the story was when he ended up peeing in his pants and then having to walk home naked about 12 miles after he got dropped off in the woods. But that's a whole nother story. But
that sounds like one of ours.
Sounds like a sexual
he
fetish.
Didn't like it didn't go that far, but it was fucking close. So anyway, he hated me personally, and he made a comment about, it's all those fucking Emerson guys. It's all those usual suspects. They all fucking worship at his altar.
I forgot about that, the usual suspects.
Yeah, and they formed that forum group, which then formed the gathering as a show for all of them to get together. And the thing was, it wasn't a group of haters and all that. It was some serious knife guys that grew into a community of over 50-some thousand subscribers to the forum, and then they had their own show.
Dude, it's a
in
thing.
Vegas, and they were all cool. Everybody was cool. It's a lot of guys that almost any one of them could sit right here on the couch with us. Yeah, and just fucking fit right in with us. And so that's what the gathering was about. But yeah, there's always people that
oddballs.
You can't weed out all the weeds in a field
No.
Yeah.
And so here's one of the things that I heard when I was at the gathering by somebody that we both mutually know is a lot of the guys are in the knife industry because they're felons and they can't be in the gun industry. All right. Got it. So there's a little bit of truth to that, eh?
Unfortunately.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I never really thought about it like that either. But now I'm dealing with or having conversations with somebody that's selling $7,000 custom knives based out of Southern California. And stolen valor and a felon. And it's why you can't own guns, which is why he's in the knife industry.
Well, dude, here's a weird fucking thing for you. Like, I know we were talking about it earlier. Like the whole, like, automatic opening knives
OTF.
versus, like, and I know there's, that's getting a whole 1%er category, but there's a lot of bikers, they roll with fixed blade knives.
They're also all fucking retards, and my dad's one of them, and that's why he's in prison.
No, but I'm saying there's dudes that roll with
I'll take a wave.
full on fixed blade knives that, because of legal reasons, they're like, well, I can carry a fucking 8-inch long knife.
Long as you can see it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Versus a fucking folder that's...
Well, that's not a knife. This is a knife. It's that same...
Right.
It's
right.
that...
Which, that shit, that the whole rationale behind it with the law enforcement makes no fucking sense, you know, in terms of, okay, well, you got a fucking knife like that, but... If I had a button I could push,
it's illegal.
Now it's
you're
illegal.
a felon, but I can pull it out and go like that
faster,
as fast or faster.
That's called the ATF.
Yeah, it's like, what the fuck,
And a fixed blade, you don't have to do anything.
Yeah.
It's already open.
Yep.
That's not a knife.
Yeah.
Yeah, but...
Yeah, it's again, the people that make the laws, of course, are not the people that use the things they're making laws about.
No.
Yeah.
And but you mentioned the future, and you mentioned automatics.
Right.
We have a very robust line of automatic knives, and they're pretty fucking cool, I must say. And
Is
I'm
this
not
new?
Again, I'm not bragging. It's fairly new
Relatively,
within the last year or so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are they OTFs?
No, not yet.
And for those listening that don't know what OTFs is, it means out the front. So it's kind of like your classic, like, automatic knife.
Yeah, it's we make them. They're just like this, basically, with a button, and it opens up. It's
it goes.
Yeah, it's the auto.
It's not pushing out the front.
No, not shooting out straight, which is what you're talking about.
Yeah, OTFs are very difficult.
Hot.
They're difficult. The one gentleman I was mentioning, Jonathan Wegner, came out with the proprietary design for SOG. And I'm sure you being in the knife industry, you saw kind of like this Goldilocks days of SOG probably 8 years ago.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
And there was new designs, new patents, new everything.
Yep.
And then sure as shit, they got sold to China.
Yeah.
And now they're owned by a conglomerate umbrella corporation that owns 90 other brands, and now they're back in fucking gas stations.
Yeah.
And I'm like, now it's
figure.
Yeah, and a Cracker Barrel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you lose your soul.
You do lose your soul.
But good thing you haven't.
What do you make on that deal?
Well, I mean,
$50.
he was the VP of design, and SOG was like literally a benchmark of redirection, and they were targeting those at like Benchmade and Kershaw. Maybe not Chris Reeves. That's more kind of
He's a
classic,
nicher.
fancy.
Yeah.
But the designs were refreshed, and it was something that you actually took pride in carrying, as opposed to something that was a daily
that
user.
you could get.
Yeah, and I mean
that you had no emotional attachment to it. You know what I mean?
Right, and another one of the big existence that I always wanted to mention, I noticed this when I was in Colorado, is guys that carry their pocket knives on the outside of their pocket.
I've seen that.
Where they clip on the inside.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Nothing drives me fucking more nuts than seeing that. I'm like, Cletus. It's supposed to go inside. You don't want to dump your knife by sitting down and like having your seatbelt knocked out.
I've never fucking seen that.
Oh, no?
I've seen it several times.
You need to go rural. You need to go rural.
Holy shit, man.
I'm talking backwoods Indiana. Dude.
Yeah.
Like, it's
actually the only time I've seen that
like
shit.
that.
Yeah.
You know what? I have seen that shit. Wow. Yeah.
I'm like, punch yourself.
I've typically seen that shit though, like in movies where people put that shit on the outside of their
to
gear,
show it,
and I'm just like,
oh God, there's a snag point.
Yeah.
It's funny because
That's the first time I ever heard anybody talk about that shit, though. That's funny as
what else is cool? What is cool is, at least in the counties that we're in, you can be standing in line at the grocery store, and it'll be a man and wife, man and wife, young couple, old couples, and you look at them and you go, it's sure cool to see that fucking pistol sitting on that guy's belt.
Yeah.
And there'll be 3 or 4 of them standing there in line. Some guys will take the gun out and maybe leave it in the car when they come in the store, but they got the holster on, which, again, who are you going to offend, and why would you do that? Because, shit.
Yeah.
I knew.
Yeah.
But it is cool to see that, because that's pretty cool, and it's open carry up there. And I don't know if it's constitutional carry in the state, but you can get
in Colorado,
you can get a CCW pretty much in an afternoon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's 38 states now that are constitutional carry.
There's 4 states. If you had your CCW, you're good everywhere. Or like 3, I think.
Yeah.
And California being one of them. I know Arizona, all you need is a driver's license and a firearms proficiency card.
Yeah.
And I mean, I'm a big proponent because I had my CCW for a long time, doing bodyguard work. Mm-hmm. But I would go to my CCW qualification class, and like, you have some guy pulling out a fucking 357, and it looks like a shotgun just hit it, and I'm like,
yeah,
I'm all about you're right, buddy. But like, please give a fuck.
Yeah.
Like, please just pay attention and like work on your marksmanship, because like right now, you're hosing grandma and your daughter.
And shoot more than once a fucking year.
Yeah. It's
once
there's a
2
responsibility
years.
that
there is innate responsibility, because like owning a pistol and CCWing one is, you essentially can play God.
It's a license to kill.
Yeah.
It's really what it is.
Yeah.
That's why you have that gun.
And I agree
hunting.
It's a right, and I agree it's a privilege, but it's also something that you need to take very seriously.
Yep.
Like, hands down. So what I want to know now is, what is on the forefront for Emerson Knives, and what does the future of the company look like?
Well, we are we're trying to open up a satellite shop up in Colorado where we would be able to manufacture those automatics. And also, remember I told you the first knife that I ever made was that Balisong knife. Those are illegal in California too. And I
Of course
actually,
they are. Why wouldn't they be?
we make
Sex
some
change is illegal,
we make some badass Balisongs, but we can't sell them, so we have to go through. There's a company called Blade HQ.
I know.
They're a big company.
Yeah.
They're up in Utah or someplace, and they can sell them all day long.
Those Mormons love their weapons.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, it's no bullshit. When the shit hits the fan, head for Utah.
Head for Utah. They will not put up with anything.
But the thing about it is, we want to open that up in Colorado, because Colorado is free and open about the laws about manufacturing and selling and everything else. So that's part of the future of it.
Are you thinking just kind of a little small brick and mortar, like nice little boutique shop?
Little bit bigger than a boutique shop, but a manufacturing shop. We actually have a building up there right now. We're retrofitting and all that to take a machinery and stuff like that.
What part?
It's in Larkspur, which is just close to
Castle Rock.
Yeah. And it's
well.
on the road to the Springs. So
up and down.
And it's a cool little town, and we thought it would be a cool place. There's one caveat that we're deathly afraid of, and it's getting people to work, because they're suffering from the same thing everybody else is. Nobody wants a job, and
they all want to be YouTubers.
Yeah, and it's tough to get people. So what we're thinking about is working with some of the high schools and things like that for apprenticeship programs and things. Maybe some of the trade schools teach these guys how to be machinists and also make knives at the same time. So there's a lot of interest in that, because it's a lot of farm boys up there. I mean, honest, they're good, hardworking people. It's ranch lands and cattle and everything else. So we're thinking about, opening up that aspect of the business up there, and I'll tell you what, the people buy automatic knives like crazy. There's a lot of sales for automatic knives. Now, it's funny because we talk about constitutional carry in certain states. There's still states that are left that switchblades are illegal, automatic knives. And it's funny, too, because I just got a letter from a law firm that there's a
Ryan.
Well, yeah, you're right. He's the lawyer for the it's called the AKTI. It's like our version of the NRA or whatever for American Knife and Tools. Yeah, and it's to promote and or legalize and fight in all these courts and stuff to get knives to be legal and automatic knives to be legal. And I've written depositions now for a couple of them that were used in Supreme Court cases, state Supreme Court cases, and they just sent me one today. I read it before I came down. That we overturned the laws in Texas. That was the most recent one, and now we're working on. God, what state was it that he wanted me to do another deposition? I can't remember, but we're knocking it off. It's the same thing with silencers. It's the same thing with constitutional carry. It's the same thing with automatic knives. We're all headed in the same exact direction, fighting the same tide.
Which is, I mean, arms doesn't necessarily mean guns. I mean, arms could mean knives. Arms can mean fucking anything. And the fact that I
could kill a lot more people with the fucking MRE spoon.
Yeah, the fact that there's states out there going. A fucking, a machete is legal, but a flip out 5-inch fucking knife is illegal because it's automatic. It's got a button.
The thing about we know for a fact, because we've seen it happen in other countries, where the guns go, the knives follow, period. Yeah. So our fight is the Second Amendment. Period. And it is an arm. It's a right to keep and bear arms. I don't give a shit if it's a fucking club or a gun or a knife or a fucking bazooka. You know what?
Yeah.
I think we should have the choice to have all that. Yeah. And it's the same thing with those damn silencers. It's funny because I'll tell you a story. One of my buddies, my dearest friend, is probably one of the most knowledgeable guys. He's like the Wikipedia of silencers, and he's a big wheel at SIG, and he is their resident expert. And so he told me the story of silencers. He goes, Ernie, you know why they're illegal? And I go, no. And he goes, well, you remember the movie God, it was a musical where the guys had the switchblades. God damn it. West Side Story.
Yeah.
That's why switchblades became illegal.
No shit.
Because they were used. Now, he said,
thanks, Hollywood.
Think about silencers. In the old days, everybody wore a hat, like the fedora type of hat, right? So how do you tell the bad guys from the good guys? Because in the old days, the bad guys, in the very first movies, the bad guys always wore the hat. But then it became vogue that everyone wore a hat. So how do you tell the good guy from the bad guy? You put a silencer on his pistol. So every single pistol that was used in the gangster movies of the 20s, 30s, 40s, was the silencer. So that became, that's the silencers.
We need to make that illegal.
Yeah, that's got to be illegal because only gangsters use the silencers. And he said that's the long and the short story of it. They were made illegal because they were portrayed by the bad guys. And we all know that the advantages of a suppressor are you don't blow your ears out.
Yeah.
And they can actually be more accurate because the dispersion of the gases and everything doesn't cause all that muzzle flip and everything that happens when you're firing without. And it's
don't tell anybody that doesn't know anything about fucking guns, though.
No,
I mean, listen to some of the fucking retards in California, and like,
well, they're talking about bump stocks and
30 caliber muzzle. It can shoot 22.5 million rounds at 1/2 second. You're like. Who's the? I can't remember who the guy was that said that shit, but there was a cop sitting right next to him. He's just like looking at him like,
well, you know what?
Like, dude, shut the fuck up, moron.
I saw a legit photo from a quote unquote crime scene that was after the crime had happened months and months ago, and they found a bullet in a fence, but
It was like the whole
They
round.
took the whole fucking round and stuck it in the hole. And they
Just
said,
like
that's
the old
one of
Lethal
the
Weapon, like,
this is
video
one of the
cover.
bullets. This is one of the bullets from that crime scene.
And
it was
a casing on its ass.
it was some gal, some blonde-haired gal that was an anti-gun on an anti-gun. It's probably CNN or one of those.
Yeah.
But I was like, you got to be freaking
We found
kidding me. How stupid.
Like you haven't figured out how fucking
No, they don't. They
how
don't
a
know.
gun or anything works. And
Yeah.
like,
Well, so
look at
Ernie,
this.
one of the things that I thought about when you were telling me about the Colorado location, and something that I think would be beautiful, is if we kind of put our brains together with one of the nonprofits that we have associations with, and try to figure out how to get veterans in your shop. And you'll have someone that shows up on time. You're going to have someone that really needs to learn the craft. And I mean, I know the hard way, and I've said this before, but when I got out, no one was trying to hire a sniper.
Yeah.
And, but jumping into an industry like that, like, I mean, you have Smitty, former SEAL team, 25 years, coming to you for advice. And I think by, maybe having a hiring program and working with a nonprofit and military advocate to get veterans in there to find jobs, and especially with Colorado having so many Air Force bases.
Oh, there's
and I was
so many
stationed
veterans there. It's so
and
many.
like, who the fuck do I want to learn from to make knives? And Ernest Emerson.
Well, we're 100% behind that. It's just where we're at right now in California, where we are. It's just tough. It's tough getting anybody. But I think if we reached out and made ourselves available, and literally got more involved, like,
that's a connection that me and Kevin can make for you.
Let's talk about that. It's not going to happen overnight.
No, not at all.
Yeah. Well, let's keep that door open, and when the time comes, we should talk about it. And because
just having a bunch of veterans in there, and a community and a sense of purpose, and working with your hands, and
with other like-minded people. I mean, for God's sakes,
that's a big deal.
I can think of nothing better.
Yeah, I mean, Andy over here has done amazing things, but it's like one of those things where, I'm not trying to force all these companies out of California, but I mean, if you look at, fucking Buck Knives is right here in El Cajon. They're gone.
Are they really?
Yeah,
were they?
They were for 100 years, maybe.
Literally right by. My daughter does cheer literally a block from where the Buck
factory
was at.
Tour Knives.
Drive by there now, you're like, I don't know where they're at now, but
they are in
Tennessee.
It might be North Dakota or something.
Yeah, they're, which is crazy. They were in one location for like 100 years or some shit.
And I think with the new breath of life into Emerson Knives and the new generation taking over, now we can take this generation of warfighters and maintain the principles that we stand on, and offer employment, and also the level of design and critiques, because you wouldn't, I can't throw this out there, but your larger influences were the SEAL teams and the welders that taught you. So now we just knocked out 20 years of a fucking failed war, but you have combat warfighters that are hungry for like-minded individuals and
amazing tools.
Well, I could think of nothing better than just having something that I made, and then standing behind a company that has ethics and morals and a lineage and history.
I'm with you. Honest, let's do it.
I agree with that.
Yeah. For God's sakes, that's about as pure a feeling as I can imagine having. Think about it.
Thinking nothing better.
Yeah. And
everyone showing up, saluting the flag, and getting to work. Fucking make some money, boys.
That'd be amazing.
Getting in knife fights over break.
They're eating MREs.
Nothing in the face.
You call that a knife?
Yeah.
All just one-upping each other.
It's funny, up there in Colorado, the school that my daughter's two children go to, my grandchildren, every morning they raise the flag. They stand at attention with their hand over their heart, say the Pledge of Allegiance before they even go into the schoolrooms. And then every night when they come out, same thing. They bring that flag down. They alternate like every week. Two of the students, they learn how to fold that flag and everything. And, and everybody stands there before they're dismissed.
That still exists?
Those are the kind of people that are in, not all of Colorado.
I'm well aware.
God
right?
damn, man.
But I'm sending my kids at that school.
Yeah. And
I'm moving.
that was one of the schools when I mentioned to you about doing the CCW classes, because the teachers were, dude, we want it. And so a lot of teachers do carry who have gotten CCWs and stuff like that, because they're, the thing about it is, I think what has happened in the United States, I think we've divided ourselves into, a million different divisions, but there's rural America and there's urban America.
Yeah.
And they are two separate countries. And because if you look at all those maps that you see.
If you look at red and blue maps.
Yeah. It's the cities, and they're surrounded by red.
Yep.
And the bummer is there's 20 million in a city, and then there's only 5 million in the rest of the state, but they're all conservatives.
Yeah.
And places like Colorado and all that, I'm telling you right now, you step outside the city limits and the Trump signs are up and the flags are going. Yeah.
Yeah.
Drive through Central California.
You'd never think.
Go up north.
Yeah.
Go
through
it's
Garlic
a
Country.
different state. Yeah.
Yep.
And but in Colorado, there's a heavy military presence. I've never run into as many vets. When you go to a rodeo or something and they say, all the vets, please stand up. And man, half
everybody's
the crowd.
standing, you're like,
all
right, never mind.
It's like, holy
You're not a vet. If you're not a vet,
stand up.
Veterinarians? Yeah. There's a lot of veterinarians too, believe me, with all those cattle and everything. But it's a ripe field, and I know a lot of those guys are just super hard-working guys. And, I come from a place that is not flush with any money at all. And people in those areas, the rural type, they'll do anything. You don't have a job, but you'll do anything. You fix I'll come and fix your roof. I do snow plowing in the winter, and I do lawn mowing, and I do fucking house repair, and I do plumbing, and I do electric. It's what I believe that Americans really should be, because that was our roots. We were rugged individualists. That forged this country. Those guys looked west and said, I don't know what's over that next hill, but man, I'm heading that direction.
I'm going.
Yeah. And
I'm all in.
You had no support of any kind at all. You lived or died, and your family lived or died by your resourcefulness and your ability to put food on a table and a roof over them. And that's what made this country. And I think the unfortunate thing is, and there's always been cities all over through history, but they become less dependent on themselves and more dependent on whatever overstructure that there is to support them. And I feel very comfortable up there in Colorado with those kind of people, and being from northern Wisconsin, it's the same exact thing. It's red, white, and blue all day long.
So does that mean that Emerson Knives is moving?
Part of us is going to move at some point. Yes, we're working on it.
Yeah,
we're jumping through a few hurdles, and because we moved, we built a house up there. Because I was talking to you earlier. I said for us to move the company, there's three things actually that are really major hurdles. Number one, I have employees that have been with us for 27 years. We have the sons and daughters of people who worked for us, now working for us. I can't yank that, because I can't expect them to leave their mom and dad and their sisters and brothers and children and everything else and just say, oh, we're going with you to Timbuktu.
Guess what?
Yeah. So we're not going to do that. But if we open up a different branch of the company, say the autos and stuff like that, that allows us to start a new company or a branch, if you will, I guess.
Yeah.
And
new division. Because
it's unfortunate because, again, Emerson Knives are too expensive. Well, think about the wages that we have to pay to people in California if they're living wages and stuff. And also all of the encumbrances that we have tax-wise, state tax, city tax, blah, 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 blah. It's a long story we all know. if we were to, so I don't know. I don't think we're ever going to grab that company and pull that anywhere. But if we start up the new division and let it grow on its own organically and keep them, run them both.
Yeah.
Which, Lucas, I'm telling you this because you're going to have more weight on your shoulders than I have at any given time. But that's kind of where we're looking at doing and what we're looking at doing. So I think it'll be a real fun thing. I wish I was 25 years younger because I'd have a lot more energy to really tackle it. But I think he's got the energy and the gals have the energy to do that. They're all gung-ho for it, for sure. So that's kind of where we're going with it.
Good.
And then also we could open up more and more of the, here's the deal. Not every single person on earth has a need for a tactical knife, but everybody cooks.
Yeah.
That cooking industry is,
I mean,
that's
and think of your level of association.
Open, yeah. And I think that there's room because, honest, how many sets of kitchen knives have you owned over your life? We started out with, when my wife and I were first married, with the Chicago cutlery and the old wooden thing.
And you think you made it when you have Hinkles.
Yeah. Oh, man. That was like, those are the real expensive knives.
Oh, these are the Germans.
Yeah.
Flintco. What's the Flintco?
No.
Oh,
Cutco,
I know what you're
Cutco. Not Flintco.
Yeah.
Flintco's another company I work for. But Cutco.
Yeah.
With the college students like selling the knives.
It's just like the Hoover vacuums or whatever it was.
Cutco.
But there's a wide open field. I think that there's plenty of room for people, especially like us, that maybe already have an established. If someone came and sat down and said, "Hey, I want to open a cutlery company for kitchen knives," I'd say, "Man, that's going to be a tough row to hoe because you got to make yourself known somehow."
Yeah.
We have an advantage because we already are known in the industry and to a larger number of people that probably would say, "Hey, I'll try an Emerson kitchen knife too."
Yeah.
And that spreads in the same way. It's like, what kind of knives do you have in your kitchen? Well, I've got these Emersons. That's kind of the way we've grown from day one with all our knives.
But now you have cutting boards. Now you have sharpening tools.
Oh, there's a whole bunch of different access.
I mean, you are a legend and a founder in the industry, and I could think of nobody better than to have, an Emerson kitchen set. And it's not far off with the world works around who you know. And 100%. So now you partner with, a popular chef, a chef of your caliber, of your ideals and principles.
Yeah.
And now they're a sponsored spokesperson for it.
Yeah.
And you're taking their advice.
There's a lot of room for that. And we can, the only problem that we have right now is capacity. And let's say we've had opportunities to build knives for the military on a mass scale. They've come and said, "We want you to put a bid in because we really want these knives." But, I have to always be very honest with them. It's like, I'm sorry, but if we were awarded that contract, we couldn't fill it.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to do it based on ego. And I'm not going to
4 years.
Because then you're just stamping shit out and pushing it out.
Yeah. And I'm not going to let you guys down. So, it's an honor to be considered even for this, but we have to respectfully decline because we just can't make it happen.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you another story. The vice president of Colt Industries, and they have multiple vice presidents, I know that, but one of them came out and they wanted us to build a knife for Colt as a branded knife. And so this was way back, probably in 2000 or something like that. And so they came out and they had this contract that was about that thick, right?
Jesus.
And I was like, what the hell's all this bullshit? And I said, I'm looking through it. And
Lucas, read this.
Yeah.
Use them young eyes.
Yeah. So I didn't like him from the moment he walked in the door because he had this air of arrogance about him and all that. Like, we're the most recognized brand in the entire world. And that was a legit claim, but was like, I got it. I know I own some Colts.
We own the West.
You don't have to
fuck up.
Yeah. So we went through it,
Winchester.
and one of the things in the contract said, if you fail to meet their quotas, they can come in and take over the company and force you to only make their product. And I said, that ain't going to fly, because I said, we're not going to do that.
Yeah.
And I said, well, I'm not going to sign this thing. And he looked at me and he said, Mr. Emerson, he goes, you're going to learn something real soon. You don't argue with the company that buys paper by the boxcar. And I said, you know what? This conversation is fucking over. And I said, you can take your fucking Colt brand, shove it where the sun don't shine, and get the fuck out of my building right now. And I threw him out. And I was like, I can't believe I just did that, but you're not going to.
Yeah.
I don't give a shit.
Fucking threaten me.
Yeah. A company that buys paper by the boxcar. And
That's
I said,
a flex.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I said,
He tried to landman here.
yeah. And I'm like,
Yeah.
no way. So that was the first thing. We've made a lot of enemies over the years by having that kind of an attitude about things. But at the same time, it's who we are. And people obviously have respected the fact that we stand for our principles on stuff. And I'm not going to sell out. This is a company I'm passing down to my family. It isn't Peekaboo Knives or something like that. It's Emerson Knives. My name is on it. You know, I see these shysters out there, and one of the things that I always think is, I'd like to sit that guy down and say, you know what? 2 things I'm going to ask. Would your mom and dad be proud of the shit that you're doing?
Exactly.
And when your little boy or little girl comes and sits on your lap, are they going to look up to you and go, Daddy, you're a really good guy? Those are 2 things.
Yeah.
Those 2. If you if you can satisfy both of those with a yes and a yes, you're a good person. And I see so many of them, and I go, that motherfucker, man. If you think your kids are going to be proud of you, you're mistaken, unless they're just like you. And we've run into quite a few people like that over the years. And
I mean,
I'm lucky. Even our vendors, if I don't like the guy, I'm not doing business with him.
Yeah.
He may be cheaper, but I'm not. Everything we do is a long term. It's forever. When I said I'm a loyalist, man, you become one of our family if we decide to have an agreement of some kind. Yeah. And it's just a handshake agreement. We've done big money contracts, not billions or anything like that, but big contracts for us that were just literally, you know what, we don't need a contract, or it's a 1-page thing with like 2 paragraphs on it and we both sign it. And it's worked out well because there's a mutual respect. I'll tell you another story. Here's a weird one. We had a knife, the Commander, and it was in production for probably 4 or 5 years. Won the Knife of the Year in 1998, et cetera, et cetera. Well, 4 or 5 years down the road, we get a letter from there's 2 Swiss Army knives. There's Wenger and
Victorinox.
And Victorinox. It was Victorinox. We get a letter from this, the masthead on the letter had about 40 names on it, all lawyers, right? Literally, it was the whole top of the thing was names.
Like, make watches, shut up with knives.
Yeah. So they said, we're informing you that you're in breach of so-and-so. We own the name Commander. It's been in our catalog, for 25 years. The thing was, it was never registered as a trademark or whatever.
Patent copyright name.
To have the name. And we had gone through that process, and that's a process where they publish it and they let anybody object for 9 or 10 months and all this and blah, blah, blah. And we went through clean and I didn't even know there was a Commander Victorinox knife. And but it was in a catalog and it was one of like 250 models, right? So I was like, God damn it, that's one of our flagship models. What the hell are we going to do? And because they were going to stop me from using the name.
Yeah.
And I mean, Knife of the Year, it's in the magazines, on the covers, all that kind of stuff. So I was like, God damn it, what do I do? So I've got the phone number of the corporate office of Victorinox, which is in New York City. And I called up and I got a secretary on the line. And I said, ma'am, I'm just a user of the our Swiss Army knife. And I said, I really, really love them. And I just like them so much. I was just wondering if I could talk to the president of the company and just tell him how much I love the knives. And she goes, oh no, I don't think we can put you through to the Mr. So-and-so or whatever. And I said, oh ma'am, please. It's just, it would be a highlight of my life to just talk to him and tell him how much I like the knives. And she goes, I can see he's still in his office. We're getting ready to close up, but maybe he's got a couple minutes. I'll see. So she goes on and probably asks him, tells him the story, this real rabid fan. He picks the phone up and I said, hey man, I'm telling you, I really do like your knives and all that, but I've got to be forthright. I was twisting the truth a little bit with the secretary. I said, I'm Ernest Emerson. I own Emerson Knives. We're a small family-owned company. I said, I'm looking at this letter right now that's threatening to hurt us in a huge way because you guys have the name of a knife and we have a name of the same name of another knife. And I said, I don't know what to do, but you guys are getting ready to sue us. And he goes, this is what he said. He goes, oh, those fucking attorneys. That's what he said.
Bureaucracy. You're right. It's not the head shed. It's just the fucking lawyers.
Yes. And I said, okay. I said, so I've told you what this means to us and all that. Is there any way we can work something out? And he goes, don't worry about it. Screw those assholes. All they're trying to do is justify to me and the board that their
job.
Yeah, that they're worth the retainer fee that we pay
exactly.
them. He said, but screw them. He goes, I'm going to send them a letter right now to stand down, cease and desist, keep your name, don't even worry about it. And he goes, damn it. He goes, Ernie, Mr. Emerson, he goes, if you're ever in New York, you and I have to have a beer together because this is the way shit should happen. And I was like, damn, you're a cool cat.
Especially from New York.
Yeah.
No shit.
And,
right?
But that was my Swiss Army knife deal. And it worked. I couldn't believe that the secretary, and I couldn't believe I was actually talking to somebody that
the president.
Was, right there.
Like, sir, is there any way I could
secretary.
get like a cock with wings on your blade?
But so Commander stayed with
wrist.
us, and we were able to keep it, and they kept
incredible.
it. So
did you get a letter that said, "All right, my bad, you guys are cool"?
No, lawyers don't send out.
No, I got one, but I did get one from him because he said, "Hey, Ernie, I'm serious. If you're ever in New York, just look me up,
Dude,
and we'll go have a couple
awesome.
beers." Yeah,
That's pretty cool. Did you ever get to have that beer with him?
Never did because we stopped going to New York City at just about that same time because it just got New York City said any one-hand opening knife is 100% illegal. They had a DA who wanted to, and I don't even know if it.
Now they got a new governor that's fucking not worth the money.
Oh, God.
Christ.
But the DA in New York City had eyes on being the governor, so they were trying to do all these things that would add to their cachet. Yeah. So they picked the knives. They actually went into Home Depot, and all of the
carpet knives.
The box cutters.
Yeah, box cutters.
They were confiscating those. The knife. There was a bitchin' knife show in New York City. It was so much fun. It was awesome because it was in just up from Times Square a little bit, where you could walk out of after the show, and there's every kind of restaurant and everything. We'd go to Little Italy. We'd go to all of these other places, and just on foot, and it was just a fun thing to do. And it was always in November, so they were always all gussied up for Christmas, and all that shit was happening. And then that guy came along and made all of our knives, because everybody and their brother were making liner lock type knives, one-hand openers, Spydercos, all that stuff. Became a major felony. And so we actually had to stop selling knives to New York because they were going after people that were shipping knives into the city of New York to customers.
Jesus Christ, dude.
And so we just said, sorry, New York, we're done, because I don't make a legal knife. And
no automatic or one-hand
openers.
Open. Jesus.
So
can you buy a box cutter in New York?
I think you can now because the shows they've started back up with
damn it, dude.
That guy's long gone, and I don't think he never got to be governor or anything either. So who knows where the hell
Bureaucracy,
he is.
man.
He probably became one of those liberal judges that's now has even more power.
Yeah,
than,
well, I know, right?
Indefinitely.
yeah.
You know what we should do? Yeah, exactly.
So Ernie, plug anything you have going on, and what are you guys up to, and what do we have to look forward to?
Well, we got our big Christmas push going on right now with a lot of good things that we're pulling off the just for Christmas specials and things like that. So emersonKnives.com, that's our website, which was built by my son, basically start to finish, because he didn't tell you that he's pretty smart and a computer whiz. So
I don't know about
he's doing all
What
that.
platform did you build it on?
Shopify.
Yeah, and it's working out for us because we had a lot of trouble with some of the other platforms were anti-knife guys, or anti-weapons, anti-everything.
Yep.
And so anyway, it's worked out really good. The website is smoking hot right now, and like I said, emersonKnives.com, and I've got a couple books which I brought actually to give to you guys, which they're not brand spanking new, but I'm real proud of them.
Yeah.
And one is called "Bad Guy with a Gun: How to Survive the Attack of an Active Shooter." This one is basically my system in a nutshell: 7 strategies of hand-to-hand combat.
Damn.
And then I've got this other one, "Knowledge Destroys Fear," which is also it's a handbook for.
Do you have the forward by Colonel Grossman in there?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Colonel Grossman changed my life with on combat and on killing.
He's done that for a lot of people.
And I read it when I was very
when
active
you were
duty,
in combat,
sniper, and having dropped a few guys.
Yeah.
It completely changed my life, and the way that he just articulates a message and the intrinsic value of kind of mentally dealing with that.
Oh, that's
so I have nothing but high praise for Colonel Grossman.
Yeah, he's a good friend of mine, and we've done a few things together, just kind of as friends. And he wrote the foreword for this one, and he actually wrote the foreword for this one too.
Nice.
And a lot of the names that you were talking about earlier are in there that have are my ardent fans, or if you will, for the books and all that, and friends that have endorsed them and all that. So I brought some books for you guys. I see you got books and things here and there.
No, absolutely. It's
But
killer.
Ernie, are these signed?
Yes, they are.
Yeah, look at there. Look at that shit.
And I'd like to say that I wrote something witty and
Good. I mean, I personally have a massive library
but they're
upstairs
just
in my
signed.
house where we first started this podcast was upstairs, and I have a whole rolling.
You have your sign section. All the...
I mean, a lot of my books are signed by Chris Kyle, signed by Taya Kyle, signed by Colonel Grossman. And I'd love to have them, but I think we should throw one of these at one of our Patreon followers.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Whatever you guys would like to do.
Yeah.
I didn't know how many guys were going to be here, so I brought a bunch of them.
Well,
3
Ryan
of each
said he would
or
be
so.
here, but he's not.
Yeah.
We can auction
He's
his
shoving
off.
harmonicas up buttholes.
Yeah, we can auction his off to a Patreon.
Yeah, there we go.
There
He
you
doesn't
go.
read anyways.
You may need it for bail.
Legal fees.
But
No, that's awesome.
Oh, it's been a real pleasure talking to you guys. I mean, honest.
Absolutely, thank you.
There's few places where I can be as candid as I feel I can be with you guys and your audience, because I know they're 100%ers, and they're guys. You could probably reach out to anybody in your audience and plop them right down on that couch, and they'd fit in like a glove.
Well, and they want to fit in with you. And I mean, a knife company that hasn't sold out, that's stood by the brand, and that is now being taken over by the alma mater and legacy, history, and especially with new designs and everything that you're bringing to the table, to include your daughters. I mean, literally, I met you probably 12 years ago, and when Eddie Dennis had brought you up, and he was like, "Hey, you want Ernie on?" I'm like,
Like, who's this guy?
The Ernie, you know, and me and Smitty, like I have a very long and good relationship with Rob Smith.
Yep.
And I have a bunch of Gooseworks knives, and he had told me how you mentored him and really just kind of helped him out.
He's a friend.
He's
just
one
a
of the
friend.
most incredible guys I know.
Yeah.
And so everything's just kind of coming full circle. Fired up for it.
I'm having a blast, and like I said, I've never worked since I quit working. I've never worked a day in my life. I'm telling you right now, that's how I feel about
it.
So,
fuck yeah, ladies and gentlemen, Emerson Knives.
Thank you all.
Sir.
Appreciate
Thanks,
it.
Lucas.
Yeah, thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right,
that's it, folks.